10, 9, 8. We have a go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hello and welcome everybody to the 16th of the finals here at the SSL Gold Cup Final Series, the Football World Cup in sailing. We had a very exciting first round, the 32nd of the finals. As you can see behind me, the teams are ready to go out onto the water. We have 6 new teams for this round. We have Austria, Finland, Hungary, Croatia, Canada, and Japan. The weather forecast for today is 7 to 10 knots and a wind coming out of the north-northeast at 0.34 degrees. According to local knowledge, it should be quite patchy out there today. But that's enough for me from here on the dock. Let's go back to the studio and find out what's going on the water.
Go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
As the 32nd of the SSL Gold Cup Finals Series comes to an end, each round will see half of the teams move on until we are left with one winner being crowned the nation's world champion.
Crossing the line.
After 16 races sailed in this first round, there was plethora of heart-pounding moments, from 600-meter comebacks to protests to failed mark roundings, ripped sails, and even a man overboard situation. This last round had everyone on the edge of their seat. In Fleet 1, we saw a clear dominance of Team Tahiti, winning every single one of their races, making no mistakes and giving a true sailing lesson to all other teams. Slovenia followed close in the point standings, allowing both of these teams to move on to the 16th of the finals. In Fleet 2, Portugal and Estonia were the ones qualifying themselves to the next round. Before the last race, Chile and Portugal were tied with 10 points until Estonia beat both of them, pushing Chile off the podium. However, Chile's 12 points meant that she was one of the 2 best scoring third-place teams, giving her the magical lucky loser ticket and filling in to the 16th of the finals for one of the 2 teams that won't be here. In Fleet 3, Antigua and Barbuda, Ukraine, and Malaysia were tied with 8 points each coming into race number 4 of the Golden Day. Bermuda, at this point, was last in the fleet, only 2 points behind. In the 4th race, Malaysia managed to take the lead before crumbling under the pressure at the Leeward gate and making an awful mark rounding. However, they found the energy to come back and won the race, allowing them to move on to the 16th of the finals. Bermuda finished second and tied in points with Antigua and Barbuda. Bermuda passes to the next round, and Antigua and Barbuda got relegated from first to third. However, their 12 points meant that they are also one of the lucky losers and pass on to the next round. Ukraine's lower shroud broke, and that was the end of their hopes to go on. In Fleet 4, we saw a very tight pack from start to finish. It was 45 minutes of an all-out naval battle until Lithuania managed to pass the finishing line first, followed by the Republic of South Africa. They both qualified to the next round, whilst Czech Republic and Oman are going home. Coming up next, it's the 16th of the finals, where we will see our 10 teams from the first round battling against the 6 new teams. Austria, Finland, Hungary, Croatia, Canada, and Japan. So, see you on Thursday at 10:30 local time for the beginning of the 16th of the finals of the SSL Gold Cup Finals Series, the Football World Cup in sailing. Hello and welcome everybody. Well, here we are. The 16th of the finals has arrived. The teams are here. Our new 6 teams are here, and we are about to get things underway. So let's take a look at the match board. Here you see on the left-hand side of your screen, at the very top, so the 16th of the finals, in fleet number 1, we have Austria against Chile, Malaysia, and Estonia. These are our first teams to sail this morning. And then we will see Finland, Hungary, Tahiti, and Bermuda sailing in the next round. Third race of the day will be Republic of South Africa, Portugal, Croatia, and Antigua-Barbuda. And the last race of the day will be Slovenia, Lithuania, Canada, and Japan. Now, let's take a look at the teams that are out there today. Here we go with our team comparison. So, new to the SSL here in the 16th of the finals has just come in is the top left, Austria. The Austrian Eagles, they are SSL ranked number 19, total weight of 708 kilos, and the captain of the team is Thomas Zajac. To the right of him, Team Chile, the Finnish Terre Sailors. They are SSL ranked number 25. They're weighing in at 709 kilos this morning. Captain of the team, number 10, Pablo Lorca. And to the bottom left, our team which won their heat, and that is Team Malaysia, the Monsoons. They are SSL ranked number 47, weighing in at 720 kilos. Captain of the team, number 10, Megat Daniel. And to the bottom right of your screen is Team Estonia, the Icebreakers, SSL ranked number 31st, weighing in at 724 kilos, the captain, Tonu Tonis. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the team lineup. Let's take a look at the team's national anthems.
te promete el futuro esplendor y ese mar que tranquilo te baña te promete el futuro esplendor. Dulce patria recibe los votos porque Chile sus alas juró que la tumba será de los libres, vuela asilo contra la opresión, que la tumba será de los libres, vuela asilo contra la opresión, que la tumba será de los libres, vuela asilo contra la opresión, vuela asilo contra la opresión, vuela asilo contra la opresión. ¡Viva Chile!
And those were the national anthems of the teams coming out right now on the water. Before we get out to the water, let's take a look at the team lineup. So our first team here is Team Australia, where we have a very strong team. Austria, where we have a very strong team. We have Thomas Zayak, captain. He has gone to the Olympic Games and has a bronze medal, along with our mid-bow, Tanya Frank, who has also a bronze medal at the Olympic Games. And trimmer, Thomas Zayak, he is a world champion. He's gotten a gold medal in the World Championships. And then we have several other sailors on this boat, like David Husel and Benjamin Bilstein, who have World Championship bronze medals. Moving on to our next team is Team Chile. The captain, Pablo Lorca, also in the position of the floater. Number 4, we have the grinder, Andres Ducas. He went to the Olympic Games in 2016 in Rio on the 470. And our next team that we're looking at is Team Malaysia with the captain, Megat Daniel. We also have on this team at the helm, Maud Effendi. He has been to the Olympics 3 times. He was in London, Rio, and Tokyo, sailing on a laser. And in 17th in the number 17, we have the Bowman, which was a youth Olympian on that Malaysian team. Now, moving on to Team Estonia. Captain Tonist and his brother both won silver medal in the Olympic Games, and everybody else on that boat either has a World Championship gold, bronze, or silver medal. So, a lot of very, very knowledgeable, good sailors here on Team Estonia, and a lot of medals. And now, ladies and gentlemen, before we get out onto the water, let us show you a couple messages that were sent out to the new teams from the teams that have qualified from the 32nd of the finals.
Bring it. We are waiting.
Hey guys, just come and we are waiting for you.
Let's have fun.
Don't forget to bring some wind.
Looking forward to meeting you. Ciao.
See you soon, guys.
We are waiting for you in the next round, and we're getting stronger.
We are waiting you.
See you guys in the next round.
Okay, we are about to go out onto the water, but just before we do so, let us show you where we are. And here we are, the moment you have all been waiting for. This is the live image right now, what's going out onto the water. So we are just about to get things underway here and start the procedure. Let's take a look at the course. We take a start and we tack all the way to the upwind, go around the weather mark, off around the offset, down through the gates where we've seen a lot of action in the last round. Then they go back around for their second lap and head down through the finish. Let's take a look at that again as they tack up to the Windward beat. So they will be going twice around. They go around the top marks, then down through the gates, back up for a second lap as they go around and down through the finishing line. We have 4 minutes and 30 seconds before we get things, before the beginning of the race. The weather out there right now looks like it is 7 knots. Wind direction has shifted slightly left from this morning, so we are back to around 355, 350 is where the wind is coming right now. It is currently sunny, 27 degrees, and slightly humid. So I have information as though the top mark is placed at 1.05 nautical miles. As we said, the heading, the axis of the race course is at 355. We are 3 minutes and 40 seconds from the start of this very first race of the 16th of the finals. Our match officials are our regatta director Paul Hutton, Ash Kenny, principal race officer Ricardo Navarro, international race officer Paul Hutton, Ash Kenny. Part of the jury, the chairman is Andras Poxi, and we also have Paco Niven from Croatia, Gonzalo from Argentina, and Luigi from Italy. So those are our race officials. Want to remind everybody that the jury that is out there today is a jury which is an Olympic level jury. So we have the best of the best out here in terms of jury, which also means that they are quite strict, which is exactly what we're looking for. And there will be umpiring directly on the water. As a matter of fact, you can see those little boats that have white flags saying a jury on them. Those are our jury boats. Here we are with Team Austria right here. This is the first time they're sailing over here, so they have just arrived from Europe, where we understand the weather is quite despicable with lots of rain, and it is quite cold over there. So we welcome them over here to this very nice 27 degrees weather here in the Canary Archipelago. Behind you right there is Las Palmas de Gran Canaria, the island Gran Canaria. Here we are on board now with Team Estonia, with 1 minute and 40 seconds to go. So everybody here is getting ready. We see that everybody is sort of getting off to the right-hand side and jostling for positions. Very important at this point that the teams sort of find their groove and find where they want to get started in the race course. There we go. Nice picture right there as Estonia bears away. We see all the other three boats. So it looks like Estonia is a little bit early on the line right there, having to do a 360 and coming back. There we see them at bottom left of your screen. So trying to get a little bit of a placement. There you go, that little motorboat that you just saw. Well, that's the jury right there. There's two of them. So two juries making sure everything is happening and everybody is following the rules here on the start. So 42 seconds left to go. Looks like Estonia now has just tacked over. They will have the right of way. Let's see whether they go behind the Chilean boat, or as you see on top right hand side of your screen right there, that was the starting line. Looks like Malaysia right now is the boat which is the closest to the line. With 17 seconds to go, it looks like everybody else is really far from the line. There you go. So now, is Malaysia a little bit too early? Will they have to go around or tack perhaps to get a port side start? Let's see here. It looks as though we have the start has... Yes, there it is. It's a port side tack. And a very, very late start for Austria, Chile, and Estonia. So time and distance there on the line. They were more focused on battling with one another than actually getting across that starting line. Looks like it's going to be very difficult. Looks like there is a left-hand shift, a big left-hand shift, making it really hard for the teams to actually get across the line right now. Very good start from Malaysia. Malaysia is on fire. They were so excited to have been able to pass the 32nd of the finals. And so we see lots of concentration from this boat here. They're doing their own race, getting out in front. Definitely, by far the best start right now is for Team Malaysia. We have some nice drone shots for you this week. It's really great to have these shots as we see everybody being able to get on the windward side and getting their weight out there. So we see that we have good pressure out on the race area. There we go. That's what we like to see. Everybody out hiking, just seeing the bottoms of those shoes right there. So in the groove, Malaysia is on their way up the first beat, out in front, getting a clear lead out on top of everybody. So right now, Malaysia looks like what they're going to be trying to do is making sure they go for the speed and that they stay between their opponents and the windward mark. So there you go. They have just tacked over. So this is the third tack now that Malaysia has done to get a good start and position themselves on top of the fleet. Right now here they have the best position currently. Very concentrated on that boat.
That's on you now.
We see that everybody right there is very calm, and it's a big difference from when we saw the last race of the last round, where there was quite a lot of excitement and movement on board that boat. We see them nice and composed right now, covering Austria, which is 41 meters behind. So good to see that the newcomers are right in it with 42 meters just behind Malaysia. And in third place, Chile. Fourth, Estonia. So 140 meters back from Estonia. There we have Team Chile right now tacking over. Perhaps wanting to go off to the left-hand side. As we saw on the start, there was quite a big shift to the left. Perhaps that they're seeing something. Remember, last time we were here in the morning, the beginning of the week, we saw the wind was slightly more to the left-hand side, and we had a little bit more pressure off to the right. So most likely we will see the same thing again, as the wind direction is very similar to what we've had before. Left hand shifts and pressure on the right. As the day goes forward, the wind shifts off to the right. When we got here this morning, it was actually at 0.34 degrees, so north-northeast. And that made for a very sort of shifty wind conditions. It looks as though we've come back to the 350, 355 range, which makes it a little bit less shifty. And we see that we still have some swell out there on the race course, but nowhere near the 2 to 3 meter waves that we had on the very first day of the last round. Now, here we are. This is leg number 1 for race number 1 for fleet number 1. And we will find out who will win this race here in about 40 minutes, as we have a target time of 45 minutes to get racing done. Very interesting. We'll see what happens. Here we are on the first leg here on this very first race of the 16th of the finals. So important for everybody to show where they're at. Malaysia is still in the lead, but Austria is catching up. They have now diminished the lead of Malaysia from 40 meters to 20 meters. So Austria seems like they have some very good speed right there. Interesting to see Austria tack right now. It will be a port starboard situation. Austria will duck behind Malaysia. So let's see what happens here. Is Malaysia going to tack right on top of them, or will they keep going off onto the left-hand side? As we see Estonia there in the background, right here, Estonia is going off to the left-hand side. Malaysia has decided to keep going left. So an interesting decision here by Austria to sort of come back to the center and not go off on the right-hand side. We see them pointing right there, perhaps saying that they have some pressure, and they are seeing some pressure, so perhaps favoring the side with the most amount of wind as opposed to getting the most amount of lift on the left-hand side. Very interesting. We'll see what happens as they get back together. Interesting to listen what's going on onto that boat. There's definitely some discussions about what to do next. As we see the Bowman right there getting everything ready. Looks like he's taping the spinnaker halyard off there to the front so that it doesn't go behind the jib and get caught up in the spreaders. Here we go. Tack from Austria right now. So Austria deciding to come back to the left-hand side, or perhaps just try to stay in the middle of the race course. Remember, guys, if you are off to the left or to the right, if you go to the extremities of the race course, you could have big gains, but you can also have big losses. So perhaps what Austria is trying to do right now is just play it smart, play it safe. Remember, this is the first lap of the first leg of the four legs that we will be seeing. So Austria definitely trying right there. You saw staying in the middle, and it looks like it's paying quite well. Looks like going off to the left was not the right decision, as we see Malaysia dropping back from 20-meter lead, being in first place, to now fourth place. So as we see our new team here that's coming in, Austria, great to see that they're taking the lead, showing everybody why they were qualified in the first place directly to the 16th of the finals, as we saw also in the team explanation team lineup. We saw their positioning for the team, and they are actually the best ranked team here in this fleet. So they are the newcomers, and they are right now out in front, even though all the other guys and all the other sailors here all sailed all last week. And so they have that advantage of now knowing the boats. They have already sailed 4 races, 4 times 45 minutes. So they have quite a bit of experience now. These shall I say, older teams, as opposed to Austria. But you can tell right there that Austria knows what they're doing. They're out in front, and they are not intimidated by any point from the other teams. So a good start right here from Team Austria. Let's listen in to what Team Austria is saying right now.
Vi fan akkurat bollen i den linkskippen.
So they're talking talking about this. You heard that they're talking right there about the runner. Earlier they were just talking about the pressure that he's feeling at the helm. Making sure that boat is really fast. Very important that the rudder, which is the appendix which steers the boat right there in the back, that it stays very straight. You can imagine it's kind of like a knife cutting through the water. If that knife is slightly sideways, then it's going to be slowing the boat down, and that would be, and that would obviously lose some speed. So really important that the sail setup is good. We see that there is a slight difference in the jib. I see that here between the two boats. Malaysia has got a little bit of a flatter jib down at the bottom, as opposed to Austria, which has a little bit of a deeper curve into it. Very slight changes, but it's allowing perhaps Team Austria to have a little bit more power and punch through the waves. Okay, perhaps that wasn't deliberate. It looks like the settings now on the bottom of those jibs, as you see where those wrinkles are, it looks very, very much the same. So looks like Austria now has gotten some speed, and they have more or less the same settings as Team Malaysia right now. They are in a difficult position currently, Austria, as they are the Leeward boat, and they are barely keeping their position. If they can manage to go out just a half a boat length further, then they will be in the most powerful position where they can cast a windward wind shadow or wind deflection to the Malaysian boat and slow them down. So let's find out what's happening here with these two teams, because it looks like right now the lead is shifting between the two boats. So Austria now decided to bear away a little bit, have a little bit more speed as they come here for the first mark rounding. And it looks like Malaysia is in the lead after this first round. So Malaysia getting the best start and making it first to the windward mark. Let's see what happens here as they go off to the offset mark, and they're about to hoist the spinnaker. Let's listen in as Malaysia hoists the spinnaker for the first time and hear the 16th of the finals.
3, 2, 1, turn back. 3, 2, 1, hold.
And it looks like it's a good hoist from Team Malaysia right there. Having issues dropping the jib. I don't know what's going on. The hoist was good. The drop is not as good. Issues on the Austrian boat right there. Looks like they had a small knot in their spinnaker. Looks like everything's okay right now. So a small knot in the spinnaker as they go up for Team Austria, but a good drop on the jib. Everything looks to be okay. There's only 6 seconds in it between Malaysia and Austria. Chile is a little bit further back behind, 45 seconds. And Estonia, having gone off to the left, well, as we said, by going off to the sides, to the extremities, you could have big gains. But as you see right there, that was a big loss for Team Estonia. So Estonia is now playing the catch-up game as Malaysia and Austria are out in front. Chile just relaxing back there and looking at what's going out in the front and making sure that if those two start battling it out in front, Malaysia and Austria, Chile will be right there to take over, and perhaps we might see Chile be in first place. So big issues right here with the spinnaker, and the spinnaker's not all the way up. Oh, it's looking like this first race of the day here, of this 16th of the finals, is a little bit tough here on Team Estonia. That wasn't the cleanest of the spinnaker hoists that we've seen from them. We've seen some amazing maneuvers from this team. So they need to get back into it right now. Nothing is over. We are only at the beginning of the second leg. We are 16 minutes into this. And we are now going downwind here. All is to play for. Remember, at the bottom of this leg right here, we will have the oh so important spinnaker drops and rounding of the gates, where we have seen drama over and over and over again. So a very interesting part of the race coming up now. Malaysia keeping their cool right there. Working and making sure that the boat is nice and flat. You see Noor right here. She's on the left-hand side of your screen. Noor Shazlin. So she is the tactician. And she's definitely protecting herself from the sun, as these teams can be out there quite a long way. Very interesting to see these tacticians really move around on the boat, making sure that their weight is forward. Also trying to get different vantage points from moving forward, so we don't see a sort of static positioning here on the boat. Everybody is really dynamic and trying to have, for example now, because it's lighter winds, the weight forward and down to leeward. So dynamic movements from everybody, especially in these light racing conditions. Okay, looks like a little bit of an issue there with the lazy sheet. Looks like it was a little bit stuck. No big deal though. They just make sure they release that lazy sheet, and if that lazy sheet's not released, then the main sheet the sheet they'll be using to play around with the spinnaker, well, they won't be able to have the right shape in the spinnaker. So very important that sheet is released. All good communication on board. As we see also the crews in the front of the boat really working. So they're working the sails on the boat there, but they're also working the heel of the boat. So Malaysia's still out in front with 69-70 meters in front of Austria. They're keeping their lead. And we were talking about Chile. Chile, which you see on the right-hand side of your screen right there, is right back in contention with Malaysia and Austria. So they're putting on the pressure. They're slightly behind at 175 meters behind Malaysia. But they're putting the pressure, telling the others, hey, listen, guys, we're right here. You guys just fight it out, and we'll take over and we'll pass you. So right now it's just a question of sailing clean. And that blue boat you're seeing right there with the P on it, that is the press boat. So we have photographers. So as you probably have seen on Facebook, we have some unbelievable images, and that comes from one of our three photographers that are out on the water and on the land. So obviously, so the pictures that you are seeing of all the teams, that is being taken out here on land, and then we have some specialized photographers in sailing and in action shots. as we see right here. To your left, Rodrigo Robles. He is the trimmer for this boat. No, I'm sorry, that was number 14 that we had just saw. That was not number 6. And a jibe being put in right now from Team Chile. Looks like a good, clean jibe. Keeping the pressure on the front teams. Here goes Austria with a jibe as well. Responding to the Chilean jibe. Malaysia still out in front. Looks like Malaysia 2 has jibed. And here we go. The moment you've all been waiting for. The Leeward gates, 140 meters. Let's see what happens now from Team Malaysia. There it is. They're taking down their spinnaker. It looks like the spinnaker is not going into the boat. Oh, they're having issues bringing it back down. Something is going on with that drop line. Okay, take a look on the Austrian boat. That's how it's supposed to be done. So Austria dropping their spinnaker, getting it inside the boat. And that was a Kiwi drop for the Austrian boat right there. A little bit slow in putting their jib back together. They need to have that speed. Malaysia doesn't look like they lost too much in that maneuver. The spin. Oh! No, what's going on here? The jib halyard has been released on the Austrian boat. That's no good. That's going to cost them a lot of speed. No, they need to sheet that in right there. So, mistakes being made in the pit. Obviously, the halyard. All right, there we go. They're putting the tension back onto the halyard. But now they've gone several meters, tens of meters. If we're not, oh, what's going on? It looks like they're having an issue. It looks like that they're not able to keep that. Oh, it's getting worse. The jib's coming down. Do they have a problem on the Austrian boat? Looks like everybody's looking up right there. I mean, it was going back up just a moment ago. No, this is really bad news for Team Austria here. Oh, look at the top of the sail right there. Looks like the halyard may have broken. Something has released. All right, they're tacking anyways, but the jib is coming down. The jib is coming now. No. Oh, Malaysia was out in front, only 13 seconds. Austria, was behind by 13 seconds. Now they're having to take the jib down and see if they can fix it. But hold on, everybody, it's not over. It's not over. Remember, we had a man overboard situation in the last round. They managed to pick their man back up and come back to the second place. So here we go. Perhaps it was just a line that was a little bit sideways in the pulley, bringing up the jib. So anything can still happen here. It's not the end of the world. Austria can absolutely come back into this, but it looks like perhaps something was not done correctly as they put the jib back up, and they had an issue. You saw that the jib was coming back up, so it is not a broken halyard. If it was a broken halyard, they would not have been able to hoist the jib back up. Wow, excitement. We told you it was going to be exciting down at that Leeward gate. There it is. The jib is back up on the Austrian team. So, a little bit of drama down there at our first gate rounding here for the Austrian teams. As we take a look right now as what's going on here, it looks like everything is okay. Yes, so it is not an equipment failure. It was a mistake made by one of the crew. don't want to be pointing fingers or anything, but looks like everything is going back. I mean, it happens. Remember, this is their first race out here, so it looks as though the pressure is getting to them right now. They need to get this first race over and done with, have a good result, trying to stay in the middle of the pack for Team Austria here to start feeling comfortable and to start being able to show what they can do. Remember, the 3 teams that they're sailing against are 3 teams that have already sailed in the 32nd of the finals. And so they have already all sailed 4 races. So we are on leg number 3, 26 minutes into it. We just saw drama down at the Leeward gate, all sorts of action going on. And now it looks like everybody has managed to fix the issues they were perhaps having on board. Very nice picture right there that we see of the Malaysian boat. Looks like things are also clean. It looks like there are no we are not seeing any of the jib spinnaker sheets lying around. Everything has been put away. So nice, clean, tidy boat here for Malaysia. Out in the lead. Confident crew. And there you see, you saw the front of the boat right there with the hatch, which is semi-closed. Right there, that's where the spinnaker goes right into. And actually, as the spinnaker goes in there, there's a rope that pulls that spinnaker all the way back underneath where they're sitting to the very back of the boat. And there's actually a little roller up there to make it a little bit easier, but don't worry, it's not that easy. It takes a lot of pressure to put that spinnaker back in. That's why generally on the hoists and on the drops, there are 2 people on the winch handles. 228 meters for Chile. We were looking at Chile on the downwind, saying they were ready to come back should anything happen. Well, they did. So now Chile moves from 3rd place to 2nd place, 230 meters behind Malaysia. And we see Estonia coming back into the picture now. Estonia, that was a little bit behind on the last downwind. Looks as though they are managing to catch up slowly but surely. Austria had issues down at the gate. 360 meters back behind. Interesting right there. We see that Team Chile, as I look at the jib in the front, looks like not too much pressure there on that jib, making sure that they have a lot of power up into the jib. So the front there, you can see, is quite loose, and that's giving them a very deep sort of deep setting there in the front of the boat, in the front of the sail, allowing them to go through those waves. As we saw, those bows are easily moving up and down at least a good meter. So there is some wave, there is some swell out there. We're 970 meters, so that's halfway through the second upwind. Sorry, remember we have a 1.1 nautical mile course, so that's almost 2 kilometers long. And here we have 840 meters left until we get up to the windward mark. Okay, calling out I do not speak Estonian, but I believe they're probably calling out the wind, calling out the puff and the pressure coming in here. Interesting. We see Austria has decided to go back out to the right-hand side. Everybody is now going off to the right-hand side. Perhaps with Austria, they have again seen something. We saw them very fast and had a lot of speed in a high mode. I always see a little bit of a spinnaker sheet right there in the water. That pink sheet right there. I won't slow them down too much, but it's always good to have everything back inside the boat. So, Austria, very concentrated right now on coming back. They are 400 meters behind the leaders, and there are only about 450 meters until we get to the windward mark. I believe that we have not had any changes in the direction of the wind, and so therefore the race course is still the same. Race course is at 355. That's the axis of the race course. It looks like we have approximately 6 to 7 knots. Currently 7 to 8 knots as I'm seeing the information coming in right here, and wind is 345 to 350 degrees. That's the angle of the wind, and we're seeing apparently there is pressure on the left-hand side. So this is information coming in right now. It's hot off the water. Let's see what's going on, as there's only 160 meters left. The race committee is telling me that there is pressure on the left. Will the teams have seen that? We will find out very soon. I am pretty sure they probably did. We are 33 minutes into it, and we are now here at the top mark for the second time. This will be the last time these teams put up their spinnakers as we go downwind once again to the finishing line with Malaysia in the lead. Now here we go. They're about to put up their spinnaker. Let's go on board and listen to what's happening. That was the windward mark that we just saw right there. Now they're doing the dog leg, and they're about to get the spinnaker. As you see, they're putting the spinnaker out slowly. The pole is out in front. Everything is okay. It looks like we're about to hoist. Nice, fast hoist. Perfect. The spinnaker was already up in the air in less than a boat length. That is a very fast hoist. So, perfect hoist for Malaysia as they go downwind for the second time of the day. Next objective for them, cross the finish line first. And they're followed behind. They have a very good lead here on the second place boat, which is Team Chile. There we go. We see Team Chile now just arriving at the weather mark. Very slow. They've had to do a maneuver, a pretty sharp maneuver to get around that buoy. And it looks as though that cost them a little bit in speed. Here they are on a beam reach, on their way to the offset. Coming up right now is going to be the spinnaker hoist for Team Chile. Let's see how this goes. And it's a good hoist from Team Chile and a good drop as well. Looks like Estonia is just right behind them. Good hoist for Team Estonia. We didn't see the drop, but it looks like Estonia now is putting the pressure on Chile. Oh, there's drama in the back. Oh no, Austria, they're having issues. Spinnaker's in the water. Now, if that spinnaker's too far in the water, it's gonna go under the boat, which could potentially rip the spinnaker. Oh no, no. Oh, the boat is completely stopped right now. Definitely lots and lots of water in that spinnaker. They're having issues. Put the spinnaker in the water. The boat is stopped at the windward mark. This is going from bad to worse for Team Austria. They're putting on a show for us, but for all the wrong reasons. Oh, disappointment. Maybe those first race butterflies are now getting to them. Oh, and here comes the photographers. They're going to take pictures of the team. Oh, this is not good for Team Austria. All right, well, there's not much they can do right now. They got to get that spinnaker out and up into the air. It's going to be wet now. It's just going to make things more difficult. So Austria losing another 400 meters within 10-20 seconds right there. So there goes all hopes for Austria to be able to finish in any other place than fourth. They have to get across the finishing line in order to put at least 1 point onto the board. Okay, so the battle is now between Chile and Estonia. As we saw earlier, Estonia was putting the pressure on Chile. I see all the way in the background right there. Looks to me like Austria now has managed to put up their spinnakers. So they've taken it out of the water, but that's too little too late. They're 1,000 meters back. Here we go. This is the battle. This is the battle that we have right now here in fleet number 1 is between Estonia and Chile. Malaysia is far out in front, 367 meters for Malaysia, so no issues for Malaysia. They look like, unless they have some sort of catastrophic failure, they will cross the line in first place. So right now, the battle is Chile and Estonia. Very good lead for Malaysia, now out in front. And they've been out in front pretty much the whole race. There they go. They have no pressure on for everybody. I see smiles on faces on the Malaysian boat. Very nice, clean jibe right there, no issues. All right, there you see when you jibe the spinnaker, really important that you pull it, you sheet in that spinnaker all the way until it fills itself up, and then as soon as it does, you can release it and let it breathe. When I say let it breathe, I mean make sure that the air can flow through that spinnaker. If the air is stuck in the spinnaker, it won't actually pull the boat forward. So, very important for all you sailors out there learning how to sail with a spinnaker. You have to make sure that you release that spinnaker once it's full. And oftentimes, we see beginner sailors with that spinnaker much too tight, and the boat doesn't go forward. So, enough with sailing lessons right now. Let's continue. Let's look at what's happening here on the water. We see that there is light winds. Estonia is keeping the pressure on as Chile is just slightly ahead of them, about 100 meters or so. Anything can happen here. We said small patches. Remember, before they went off the downwind, I told you, race committee told me there was pressure on the left-hand side. And so there we go. That's exactly what's happening. They saw that pressure, and they are now sailing on the left-hand side where they have the most pressure. Here we go with a jibe from Team Chile. So you notice they have one grinder there for the jibe. The jibe is actually physically a little bit easier to do as a grinder than it is to hoist the spinnaker. And certainly for the drop, I think the drop is probably physically the hardest. Because you have to pull that spinnaker, that huge spinnaker, down through that little hole out in the front, and there's a lot of things that need to happen, and so it's actually one of the toughest maneuvers to do as a grinder. 335 meters left till we cross the finishing line. Chile is in second place, 430 meters behind Malaysia. Estonia is just right behind them, 120 meters behind for Estonia. It's been that way since the beginning of this downwind. It looks as though Estonia is having a tough time catching up to the Chileans. Here goes the last jibe for Team Malaysia as they get down only 150 meters for Team Malaysia until they get down to the finishing line. That motorboat you see right there, that's the race committee in the finishing line. Here we are, only meters left into it after 43 minutes of racing. Malaysia showing their stuff. They're about to cross the finishing line. There it is. Yes, congratulations. Malaysia wins the first race of fleet number 1 here in the 16th of the finals. Very good job there as we see all the motorboats arriving close to Team Malaysia. There is the short team on the right-hand side that you see right there with their striped blue and white t-shirts, making sure that everything will be okay. They'll definitely be wanting to look at that Austrian boat as it crosses the finishing line, make sure no harm has been done on that. Here comes now with, at least for the time being, 40 seconds behind the Malaysian team. We have the Chileans coming through in second place, putting a good 3 points on the leaderboard right now. So that is very good for Team Chile. The Finisterra Warriors. There it is. Team Chile crosses the line in second place, putting 3 points on the leaderboard. And now here comes Team Estonia. Team Estonia, nothing they could do about it. Staying in third place, they were not able to catch up to Chile, putting 2 points up on the leaderboard. They look a little frustrated. They tried hard, but those 2 boats out in front were sailing cleanly. We see now that there is a difference between the boats that were here last week and the new boats arriving. They have to get their marks in, understand the boat, work as a team. So there is an advantage for these three teams on the left-hand side, they are less well ranked than the Austrian team, but they have had more time on the boat. And so far, that's looking like it's a big advantage to those three teams. So it'll be exciting to see what happens in the other fleets today. Remember, we still have 3 more races. This is the first race of the day. We should be seeing some wind probably coming up. A little bit more pressure, and perhaps that wind turning off to the right-hand side. I'm very excited to see what the rest of the day brings for us. The first day of the 16th of the finals. So a tough first day here for Team Austria. Getting a taste of the competition, of the level of sailing that is in here. One mistake, 400 meters. So they'll definitely be doing a big debrief tonight, as we've seen all the other teams do so. As they first arrived in the last round, everybody had lots of debriefing moments and taking a look at what's happening on the replays here. So they'll be doing their homework for sure tonight. So we had a good target time here. Target time is about 45 minutes for a race. We saw a first boat cross, I believe, in 43 minutes here. The last boat to go across, about 48 minutes. So really impressive what this race committee is able to do. And remember, they can decide to change the length of the race course if they want. And at that point, then we will see a pink buoy that will be put into the water. There we go, Team Austria. Slowly but surely making their way across the finishing line. It's very important for them to finish. They will have at least 1 point on the finishing board, on the leaderboard. And we've seen that really be very, very decisive in the other fleets. So the race results. Here we go for Fleet 1, race number 1. Malaysia wins with a hefty lead of 1 minute and 24 seconds over Chile. Malaysia has 4 points. Chile has 3. Estonia 2. Austria 1. So we won't show you the provisional overall, as those standings are exactly the same, other than we will have 4 races. So tomorrow will be race number 2 for this fleet, as you see here, with all those little motorboats, bringing the new teams onto the same boats. And so therefore, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. That was race number 1 for fleet number 1. Coming up next, race number 1 for fleet number 2. We're gonna take a quick break, and we will be right back as soon as we are ready to go out racing.
go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hello, welcome back everybody. Here we go. Race number 1 for fleet number 2, as I have here with me Ibtisam, who's back. She was sailing on Team Oman.
Hello everyone. I'm very lucky to be here again.
Yeah, we're very happy to have you here again. It'll be really
so
interesting
much.
to take a look at these 2 new teams that will be sailing with us today. So let's take a look here at the matchboard. As you see, this is fleet number 2, so we will have Finland, Hungary, Tahiti, and Bermuda. Finland and Hungary are our 2 new teams. On the top left-hand side of your screen, we have Team Finland Northern Magic, SSL ranked number 26. Total weight on this team is 713 kilos. Team captain Oskari Muhonen. And to the right-hand side, we have the new team as well here, Team Hungary, the Shamans. They are SSL ranked number 13, weighing in at 727 kilos. We have the team captain, Zsombor Berec. Bottom left-hand side of your screen, we have Team Tahiti. Team Tahiti was the team who put on the most amount of points on the leaderboard last time. The Black Pearls, they are SSL ranked number 70. They weigh in at 725 kilos. The team captain is Teva Plichard. Next team is Team Bermuda, the Privateers, SSL ranked number 49, weighing in at 715 kilos with their captain, Rockall Evans. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let us listen and watch the team's national anthems. welcome back, everybody, and we are back onto the water here. Let's take a look at our teams. We have right here the team lineup for Team Finland here with the captain Thomas Johansson, who will not be sailing on the boat today, but we do have an Olympic bronze medalist, Michaela Wolf, who is on the boat today. On Team Hungary, the captain Zsombor Berec, also him with an Olympic silver medal in the Finn class. And moving quickly on so we can see the start. Team Tahiti here with the captain, Teva Plichard, who is a match racing specialist who has won gold medals back at home in his continental championships in match racing. And the last team that we have here is Team Bermuda with the captain, Ruckall Evans, as a main trimmer you see down there. And we also have Emily Nagel, which is on board. She's got a gold medal in the World Championships. Now let's get back to racing. It's a very close one here. 30 seconds before the start as the teams line up. Looks like Tahiti again is putting the pressure on everybody. Tahiti is the most leeward boat right now. Looks like Bermuda has decided to go slightly up to windward. Interesting tactics from here from Tahiti. It's going to be a really tight one. Will they be able to make it across the starting line? It's going to be close. They can't touch the pin and boat. Looks like they've had to luff quite a bit. It means that they've lost a little bit of speed, but they are the first ones to cross the line, as we see another boat, I believe that is Hungary, which is just above them. Yes, it is Bermuda getting a good start. And Finland, for their first appearance, gets shut out from the starting line. And they are going off to the right-hand side. So very eventful. It's a very eventful start here.
Yeah, I would say that was interesting start. And always it's about, who gets the time on the right time to cross. I think Hungary, they nailed it a little bit. They had to laugh a little bit, but I would say they are very good position compared to Finland.
Yes, Finland got completely blocked out there. They had no more wind. They weren't able to make it to the pin.
And they had to
no choice.
tack.
Yeah, absolutely had to tack. So Finland, despite what they wanted to do, have been pushed to the right-hand side of the race course, as we have our three teams, Hungary, Bermuda, and Thailand, which are over on the left-hand side. Now remember, in this field we do have two new teams that are here. We have Team Hungary and Finland, as Bermuda and Tahiti have were already here last week. And remember, Tahiti was our top scoring nation.
Yeah.
They won every single one of the race. And if it wasn't for that 1-point penalty that they got on their very first race, they would have maxed out with 20 points.
Yeah.
So
they were definitely top of. They had the top of score.
Top of the score. It was just really a lesson, as we said, a sailing lessons for all the other teams. Now let's take a look here. We are on Team Bermuda's boat. Good to see everybody there is hiking out as much as they can. So it looks like we've got some pressure back onto the race course.
Yeah, it looks like they have very good wind. And what I noticed in this kind of weather is one shift is all about, winning or losing. So you have to really get it right.
Yeah, it really is, and we were having some information earlier, information coming from Pietro on the race committee. Thank you, Pietro, for giving me all that information. We love it. The fans love it here. The information I have from him is a race course has been set at 350 degrees, 1 nautical mile. So they have shortened our race course just slightly. and it looks as though perhaps he's telling maybe the left-hand side might be better, but the wind is dropping. So it doesn't look so as though it's so clear out there as to what's going on, as opposed to we had earlier where it was a clear left. They could even see it from the race committee boat.
Like what it's looked like now, Bermuda, their leader. So they're still, you know, going upwind, and it's a first lap.
Yeah, we'll take a look at that, but right now, remember, this is the first lap of these teams going around of the 2 laps they have to do. This is the first leg, so the first windward leg that they're doing. Right now, it's more of a drag race, making sure you're getting out in front, but we can see from those onboard cameras a nice little swell right there, and those boats look like they're almost surfing upwind. That's Team Finland right there for you. Beautiful shots from our drone. It looks as though they are a little bit less. They're not hiking quite as much as we saw. Well, I guess that was only from the drone, because I've been proven wrong here. Look at that. Everybody is out and hiking.
Hiking is really important in this kind of wind. Like, it's all about, you know, making the boat go faster. So I would say hiking will, you know, be one of these things to make the boat go fast.
Right. The reason being is that as you hike, you put the boat flat. Right? And so if the boat is flatter, and then the sail will be more upright. The mast will be more upright.
It will be more leaning to the windward side.
And
so
then you'll
make
catch
the boat
more
go
air.
Flatter, faster.
Yeah, you'll catch a little bit more air, and then the boat will go faster, and the faster it goes, the more the keel presses onto the water, and the more the boat goes closer to the wind. Basically,
fast boat is a heavy boat.
Yes, fast. You just get the boat flat, hike as hard as you can, and make sure that boat is going as fast as it can. And that'll be the job of the skipper on board. So he's going to be the one that's deciding on how fast really the boat's going. Is he going to luff and make sure that he can go as close to the buoy as he can, a little bit slower? Does he bear away? That's the job of the skipper.
Yeah, the skipper, but always, you know, every single person in the boat should feel it. Sometimes the skipper won't have time to tell you what to do. So you really gotta feel it and just do it by yourself.
Yeah, exactly.
And sometimes you will have to tell the others, like, come on guys, let's hike.
Yeah, it's good. It's true. Good motivation inside the boat, and sometimes people are hiking, but they're not pulling as hard as they can, and you know, just that couple little kilos of energy more, and you'll put that boat flatter, and it'll be just what you need. Because remember here, it doesn't matter whether you win by 30 centimeters or 300 meters.
Definitely, every single effort in the boat, that will make the boat go faster. So that's, you know, what the skipper wants.
Yeah, exactly. And here we are looking at at our 3D image. Here we see Hungary just below what looked to be Bermuda. So Bermuda and Hungary are in a fight right now. It doesn't look as though Hungary has any issues with Bermuda stealing their wind. Now they will have to be careful and make sure that they keep their speed up and not cast a wind shadow from Bermuda. So leg one, we're about halfway up. Team Bermuda is in the lead. Hungary is in second place. Tahiti third, and Finland fourth. First time that we see Tahiti down in third place. And so that's very interesting right now, what's happening out here on the leaderboard. Leg one of 4. We see Bermuda right now, 74 meters in lead in front of Hungary.
and they still, extending the lead. Bermuda and Hungary, they're in the same tack now, and the Hungary, they still trying to get that same speed, same the height of Bermuda, and they have very good reference here. If the boat is towards you, it's easy to make the reference, like the angle, if they're going lower and faster or higher and faster. So that kind of the angle when you sail is really important also. It's different from what we say it's VMG. Sometimes you don't have to sail all the time, VMG. If there is a boat next to you, sometimes you have to match the boat next to you.
Yeah, and see sort of how your boat is set up. Are you actually faster, or
yes.
are you slightly closer to the wind, or So it's a really good comparison.
Yeah, exactly.
Between
and
two
there
boats.
there is especially one person in the boat, usually the bowman, who is saying this relative between you and the boat next to you.
Yeah, whether you're higher, faster,
or sometimes same speed, you're doing the same height.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because it's sort of the skipper is very concentrated on making his boat go fast.
Yeah.
But sometimes you can actually tell him, well, it's a little bit of a lie. Sometimes you can tell him, oh, you're going faster and you're going higher.
Yeah.
Just so that you can get him to be in confidence, and then at that point he'll sort of bear away.
Yeah,
and then,
it won't be the same angle all the time. You have to find your own, trim and sail. Sometimes you will prefer to go lower and faster. Sometimes no, I will go higher and slower.
Yeah, like in the start sequence.
Yeah.
You want to be going low and fast because you want to be getting out in front of the others. You don't want to be starting a fight already.
And you want to also open the gap between you and the boat.
Yeah. And here we go. Really interesting here. You see Bermuda is going into sort of that high mode just before they were tacking. And we see Hungary, right, is still in their low mode and putting in attack right now. It looks like they have reached the ley line. And so they are now 430 vertical meters from the actual weather mark right now, with a good lead for Team Bermuda. And right in front, here we go. Tahiti now is coming into the picture just at the last moment. Exactly like we saw them when they came back from third place and actually won the regatta. So Tahiti is out in front, and we still have 330 meters. Good tactical decision right there.
That was a very good move from Tahiti.
That was extremely good move. The tactician on this boat is Teki Hashesh. He actually has a gold medal in the Continental Games in the Hobie Cat. So he's a Hobie Cat sailor. With a gold medal in Continental Games, and looking like the tactics from Hobie Cat to big boat sailing is doing him well.
Yeah, I see a little bit Finland. They're struggling with speed.
Finland, you say, is in the back. Yes, you're right. Finland is actually almost 300 meters behind everybody else. So, this is one of the new teams that got here. Remember, they got the worst start of all of them. They had no more wind and they had to tack off to the right. So we sort of expect them to be a little bit behind because they didn't get as good of a start as the others. But, anything can happen. We're on leg one. We're only 60 meters away now from getting to the Windward mark. And here comes Team Bermuda out in front. We've seen them before out in front. Let's see what they can do.
Let's see their hoist, how it's gonna be.
Yeah, you see now the bowsprit is not out yet. This is very interesting, as we've seen many teams getting penalized. Look at the very front of the boat right there. You'll see at any moment now the bowsprit will come out, and at that point they will start to begin the hoist. If they put the bowsprit out and are not hoisting, then they may get penalized. So there it goes. There goes the bowsprit out front. Now the tack, that's the line that's bringing the spinnaker out there. That's the first thing you do. And the spinnaker is being hoisted. You see that right there? That's the Bowman right there is doing a great job at making sure his spinnaker is going out. No issues and good hoist.
That
for
was incredible hoist. Incredible hoist. Like
and
it's all clear.
That was. Those pictures right there it's just unbelievable. You really get to see what it's like. Look at the boat that's in the back right there. They're doing the same thing. Bowsprit is out and spinnaker's up. It looks like they have a little bit of an issue with their spinnaker right there.
It's a little twisted. Yeah, it's coming out now. Good.
That was a close one right there.
But you can see that tack line is still not all the way in. So they need really to be careful on that. The bowsprit, the tack is still not all the way in.
So yeah, so a little bit. They can sometimes leave it out for maybe 20, 30 centimeters and get sort of a different shape onto that. But it looks like they've put it back in. No, this is Team Hungary right now that we're looking at, and this is the first hoist for the Hungarians, as first time they put the spinnaker up here in a race number 1 here for this fleet number 2. So good to see Hungary out in front with the front 2 boats right there. So they're a little bit further back, 43 seconds behind the leader, about 20-ish seconds behind Tahiti. And we still have Finland right now that's made it to the top line. Let's take a look at Finland as they hoist for the first time here on the 16th of the finals of the SSL Gold Cup Final Series.
Go, 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 go. Here it is, here it is.
There's an issue with the lazy sheet right there not being released quite enough. Looks like a pretty good set right there. That guy heard a retrieval line. Yes, there's an issue right there with the retrieval line. So they need to make sure they get that sorted. Look at the inside of that boat. There's lines everywhere. We've seen that again and again.
The issue is going to be really costly if they had to jibe, because now they have a problem with the windward sheet. So that means they cannot jibe at all until they fix that sheet.
Yeah, they need to, so there needs to be a little bit of house cleaning on that boat right now, as we see they're having all sorts of issues. Finland with their, like you said, the windward sheet. We also saw the retrieval line right there being blocked. There must have been a small knot or something. I mean, it's very, very easy to have just a kink in the rope, and then it'll cause all sorts of problems. So no breakdowns, no big issues on that boat. Just a question of getting that boat cleaned up a little bit.
Yeah.
Let's go back to the front here and take a look at our leaders, Team Bermuda with 131 meters lead in front of Tahiti.
Looks like they are really in a little bit of relief of Bermuda time. And they are in front and they are just taking their moment to sail the boat.
Yeah, they're doing a great job. You can see right there, good composure with our grinder there, number 4. We saw him on the very last race, giving absolutely everything he had. You could really tell. Right now, they look nice and fresh. So these last 2 days, rest days, have been a really good thing for them. Remember, these are top athletes. When they get tired, I can tell you it's because they put in a big effort.
Yeah, of course.
I notice how he's trimming the whole way downwind, and he's also trimming on every single maneuver and a lot of the upwind as well. So that's the most physical position right there on the boat.
I completely agree with you. I mean, you need really big athlete in the grinder. All the job on him, like nothing comes in or go up, go down without him.
Yeah, it's a really tough job. As a matter of fact, it's so tough that sometimes there are two people grinding on that position. And not all the time. You saw there was one grinder. So, oh, what a nice shot right there. Las Palmas in the background, and we see the boats. You can see the swell as well. So very interesting picture right there. It gives us a good idea of the wind and also of the amount of the wind. The amount of waves that you see out there. And you can notice there, like Tahiti, they're really trying to go really, sail low. So when Bermuda jibe, they will be in the top. That's, I think, what they're aiming for. Once there is a jibe, they will be matching also with them. Yeah, looks like something's about to go on here. Here we go, they jibe in. There's that jibe you were talking about. And here comes a good pump. And nice roll. Good pump. Very nice right there. Wow, that did a great job. It helps in two things. It helps putting, obviously, the boat flatter, but it also helps to make the battens on the mainsail pop to the other side. Sometimes in these lighter wind conditions, those battens will not pop, and if they don't pop and they don't give the correct shape. Yeah, definitely. Sometimes it's going to be like in the top a little bit tighter with the battens, so they need really to drop the main sometimes and screw it. And you see right there that young gentleman that we saw, he's 21 years old with the number 7 right there. He is the mainsail trimmer. He is Tom Lamotte, and he has a silver medal in the NACRA 15 class at the World Championship. So young sailor right there, Tom Lamotte, the main trimmer. He young but a lot of experience. There's a tactician that we were talking right there with his recognizable orange sunglasses. He told me he speaks English, and so we're gonna try to get Takey in here and try to commentate with us, see if I can actually motivate him to come in here. We'll see how that goes. Let's take a look. 280 meters left until we get down to the Leeward gate. Now there's not much pressure right now. It seems like we're in a little bit of a lull. That doesn't make it any easier to get these spinnakers in. As a matter of fact, it might even be harder because there is less pressure in those sails, and it means that they'll just sort of drop and they can't actually carry them as well to bring them around. So sometimes having really light wind conditions like this doesn't make it easier. Yeah, you have to be really patient in this kind of wind, especially with more of concentration on the helms and everyone, and also the dictation, all the pressure on him, because he needs to look where's more pressure, where's more gust, and just go where there are more of this. Okay, here we see, I think that was the voice of Emily Nagel right there that I just heard. I don't know what she was saying, but they are 93 meters away, 80 meters now. So it looks like the jib is coming up. Coming up. Let's see what sort of move. Will it be a windward drop? I believe it probably will be as they come down to the gate. And there they are, putting on the pressure right there on the retrieval line. You see how much tension they have to put on that retrieval line just to get that spinnaker to come in. And once it's in, it's okay, but at the very beginning, it's really difficult for them to be able to really get that spinnaker to come in. But a good job right there. We just see a little bit of the spinnaker still out there, but that's fine. They've kept their speed. So a good drop right there. Very good really drop. Interesting that camera angle right there shows you the amount of pressure they have to put in. Tahiti in the background right there, dropping their spinnaker, just a normal drop. A little bit sloppy. They've got They've got their spinnaker still in the water. It doesn't look like it's catching water, but
A little bit of fishing.
oh, we have not seen this from Tahiti before.
Oh.
This is the first time they have difficulties. And this is also the first time that we have seen them under pressure, not being able to be in the lead. So Tahiti with pressure on their shoulders, making the first mistake in their 5th race.
Yeah, and they choose to go the other way of Bermuda.
Yeah, well, so we have a split, exactly. They do a split. Look at the, very interesting right now as we're seeing. It definitely looks like a big left-hand shift. Let me see if I've got any information here coming in from Pietro. Looks like he's telling me 6-7 knots. So top mark is still at 350. I don't see, so nothing is changing. But yeah, very, very shifty out there. Here's Team Hungary right now coming across through the gates. It looks like a good drop for Team Hungary.
And they go in with Bermuda.
As well, going to the right-hand side, alongside Bermuda. Bermuda, I just see, just tacked over. Here we go. Looks like Bermuda just tacked over. Look at those angles. Now I'm wondering if Tahiti wasn't just having an issue, or is it our trackers having an issue? Okay, I just heard, yeah, perhaps the tracker right now just lost signal. We are a little bit south of where we are actually here in the studio. So sometimes we'll get that little blip. And Bermuda and Tahiti right here in the shot. So it's very, very close. Bermuda right now with a very strong positioning out here. That's no good for Tahiti.
Not good.
They are going to have to tack.
Especially now Bermuda, they're going to sail really not VMG.
Yeah, they're going to sail the high mode.
High mode, so they can kill Tahiti.
Yeah.
So definitely that's the plan.
Shoot them down. So that's what right here, the Bahamas being very, very aggressive, trying to sail that high mode, trying to get Tahiti to go off onto the left-hand side. Notice how we can see some of them checking out Tahiti.
That's a very good battle between them.
It's going to be very, very tough for Tahiti to be able to stay there.
Yeah.
They're probably trying to stay there for as long as they can. It's maybe uncomfortable, but if they can stay next to the Bahamas, that means that they have an opportunity on the next downwind leg to
they're going to be very
catch up to them. This is going to be a battle of epic proportions if they stay this close to one another. So Bermuda right here, still out in front. Looks like 27 meters lead for Bermuda over Tahiti. Hungary and Finland relegated to the 2 last spots currently.
What Tahiti is they're gonna try to do here, once Bermuda is tacking, they're gonna just tack underneath them. So they can do the same what they did for them now.
Yeah, for sure. They're definitely going to, well, we'll see. We'll see if they have to tack, perhaps.
Oh, they tacked away, Tahiti.
There it is. There it is. So they couldn't stay there.
Yeah.
Bermuda managed to do what they wanted to do. They sailed that high course, and now we'll see them sort of bearing away and sailing a very low course. Looks like they're also shifting over to the left-hand side, so perhaps we have some more pressure off to the right.
Either they have more pressure or they need to cover Tahiti.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a tactical
point. Don't let your opponent go off by himself. As long as Bermuda can stay in between Tahiti and the Windward mark, then they have control over Tahiti. So right now Bermuda 90 meters ahead of Tahiti, and everybody going off to the left-hand side, or everybody, shall we say, Bermuda and Tahiti are now going over to the left-hand side, and we are approximately, I would say, probably about halfway up this second windward beat.
Yeah. What Bermuda, he needs to protect his boat from Tahiti because there is no pressure from behind, but the pressure all from the second place. So you really need to cover the second place.
Okay, let's take a look at Finland here as they are 380 meters back. They call themselves Northern Magic. Right now, they need to get some of that magic out of their box here or their bag. We need to see them coming back.
We need to see some magic from them.
Yes, we need to see some magic from them here. The Northern Magics, because they sort of had a little bit of an issue with that spinnaker hoist.
I think that's a very good battle between Bermuda and Tahiti there.
Good eyes, Ipti, as we see right now. Looks like
it's like a match race between them now.
It is. It looks like Tahiti tacked and probably ducked underneath Bermuda, and it looks like Tahiti now perhaps in the leadership position. So yes, there perhaps was a left-hand shift, which would mean that is the reason for why Bermuda has kept on going over to the left-hand side.
Very good for Tahiti.
No, that was just a blip in our tracker system. Bermuda is still in the lead. Bermuda is still in the lead, and there goes Tahiti. Tahiti with another tack. Oh, look at that. Beautiful. You can see the boat going flatter.
And everyone working together.
They're the only ones so far that are working the boat so far. So this is their 5th race. These guys were number 1 in the first round, the 32nd of the finals. They beat all the other teams, won every single one of their races. So they're right there. This was up to now our top team of the first round. Let's see what happens now as they're putting on the pressure on Bermuda.
Oh,
looks like there's going to be a port starboard situation right there. I think I see that just out of the corner of the screen.
Whoa.
There it is, right there, port starboard situation. So Tahiti in a very powerful position right now, or at least trying to get themselves in a powerful position. Very difficult though for them to start getting some speed because Bermuda still has speed. It's really important for Tahiti to bear away.
That was a very tight crossing, so they really had to tag.
And we see Tahiti manage to put their speed on, and now they are in the strong position, slightly leeward and ahead of Bermuda. This is now the advantage has turned into Tahiti. Tahiti, remember what we said, this was our number 1 team, so they're really putting on the pressure here on the privateers, the SSL Team Bermuda.
It's really good to watch them.
Yeah, this is getting really, really exciting here as we have this real battle going on between these two boats. There it is, high mode now for Team Tahiti, trying to push the Bahamas.
Bermuda. Oh my God, they had to tack the way.
And that's where it worked. So the high mode on Tahiti has made Bermuda tack. Bermuda is now going off to the left-hand side.
Oh, that was really good to watch.
What a comeback from Team Tahiti. Coming from 30 meters back to being able to get the technical advantage and push Bermuda off to the left.
They really need to work that last meters.
Top end. Pretty steady here.
Good to listen.
Very concentration team. Good communication, quiet boats.
The concentration. You can feel the concentration on that boat right now.
Exactly.
Oh, good release. Very nice release there on the jib, and take it into the other side. That was very, very quick. And look who we have in the background. Is that Team Hungary that we see there just behind Bermuda. So Hungary not so far off right now.
Let's see how
Back
these
to
two
hiking.
boats, how they're gonna meet again.
It'll be interesting here to see what's going on here as soon as you're right, when Bermuda and Tahiti will join back up again. Now they're just talking here. There it is. Tahiti is now tacked. And they have their right-of-way right here. The boat in the bottom of your screen has the right-of-way over the other two boats right now. So let's see what happens here with Bermuda. Is Bermuda going to tack under Tahiti and try to take the advantage?
It's 50-50.
Or will they go behind? 167 meters left till... So it's an easy clear pass for Tahiti right there.
Tahiti did it.
Bermuda will pass underneath them. They will go a little bit further and make sure they are on the ley line.
But still, the race is on. I mean, they still have one more leg to go.
So we should be seeing the windward mark. There it is. That's the windward mark. Though Tahiti now is in the lead. Now this is going to get crucial right here. We saw for the first time Tahiti at the lower mark at the gate having some issues, having to deal with the pressure. Bermuda on their tail right now. This is the critical moment here as they get to the offset mark. They're gonna have to put their spinnakers up. Let's make sure everything is going okay for both of these teams.
I think it's gonna be a sprint towards the finish line.
Here we go, Tahiti putting up their spinnaker right now.
Oh,
looks like a clean spinnaker hoist. Bermuda is in it as well. Come on, Bermuda, get that spinnaker up there. There it is. So it's a good hoist and a good drop for Team Bermuda as they keep the pressure on Team Tahiti, only 8 seconds behind them.
The battle is still on between them.
Now this is a battle. This battle has started just about a lap ago. And we see both of these teams. Generally, when we see two teams fighting, they end up by slowing down. But we just looks like Team Tahiti and Bermuda are just keeping on, gaining here on the Hungarian team. Let's listen in as Team Hungary hoists their spinnaker for the last time here today. And it looks like it's a pretty good hoist from the Hungarians. They're not getting that spinnaker quite as full. Maybe just a little low as they're coming out of that hoist. There we go. So now the spinnaker is full. The jib is down. That looked pretty good, but a little low, I think.
A little low. And also, it's only 6 to 7 knots in the course, so not too much, to put.
Yeah, it's difficult to get that spinnaker to actually, how would you say, sort of fill up or?
Fill up, yeah, to fly it.
To fly, yeah, exactly, because you need to luff, and the problem is you don't want to luff because then it's a VMG question, right? So you luff to put your.
You have to manage, yeah. It looks like the distance is, opening up between Tahiti and Bermuda.
Yeah, you can see right here, Tahiti and Bermuda both have their mainsails quite taut, quite in the center of their boat because they are trying to have that spinnaker go out and sort of be able to go in that super low mode. So it's a very slow slow mode, but we can see that as the mode as they're sailing slow, they're managing to get closer and closer to the actual lower mark.
It looks like they are sailing in the same line now. So both of them, they're doing the same mode.
There's the tactician right there with his sunglasses and his hat on backwards right there. Teki Hashesh talking to Teva Plichard, which is at the helm. He is the team captain. And we have our young number 7, Tom Lamotte, just right there drinking some water, rehydrating himself. That's very, very important to be drinking because that's what keeps your concentration up. If you're dehydrated, you can't think properly. So passing that water bottle along is really important. He has less to do right now because they're keeping that mainsail on the inside, so he doesn't have much trimming to do on the mainsail.
Look at they're passing the bottle so everyone can have a little bit of water, keeping that concentration all the way down.
Yeah, really, really important to make sure that they're going to go all the way to the bow, and at the bow we have Jan Rigal, who also has a silver medal at the World Championship. Actually, he's match racer, so he's really used to jumping all over the place, and you've got to be super dynamic. And here we go, look at that. Oh, we just saw another great pump from Team Tahiti. So number 1 right there, we were just talking about him. He's sitting on the bow. That's Jan Rigal right there. Those are the ones that really have the World Championship medals on there. Pretty much all the ones we mentioned here have won a silver medal, and Taiki Hashesh, who is the tactician, he has a gold medal on his Continental Games. So there it is. Looks like they're actually sitting a little bit to windward.
Yeah.
So interesting.
Yeah, looks like they have a little bit more pressure than Bermuda.
Yeah, maybe perhaps a little bit more. And look at that.
Especially they're opening the
152 meters. 152 meters when they were only 6 seconds apart not too long ago as they went around the offset mark. And now 1,100 and some odd meters that need to go until they get down to the finishing line. So Tahiti with a comeback. Will they be unbeaten? Will this be the 5th race in a row that they win?
I mean, that's what that's what they're aiming for.
They're going to be putting a lot of pressure on the Team Bermuda, which is back there, especially in their group. That's going to be mentally very difficult for Bermuda, Hungary, and Finland to know that Tahiti is in their group. And they have so far they are unbeaten, and perhaps this will be the 5th race that Tahiti does and wins.
Yeah. I mean, that's lots of, I would say, great job from Tahiti. You know, putting all the concentration, putting all the experience they got and all the team and use it in the good way.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
It's also it was also how should I say, not perhaps nice, but it's also to see, well, these guys, they're human, right? I mean, they did feel the pressure as they were down at the bottom gate, because right now they're sailing like machines.
But perhaps, when you have more experienced people in the team, so they probably had the same situation when they were racing. So the same pressure, of course they're human, but they had experience, lots of situation, lots of pressure from other boats. So that's how, the team is dealing with in a good way.
Yeah, definitely in a good way. One thing I particularly like about Tahiti and the way they sail is that they have a tendency to sort of take it easy and not rush into things, which means that they generally have no issues with their maneuvers, and that's interesting. The one time that we just saw them have an issue was at that last Leeward day, and then they bizarrely actually they dropped it late. They dropped the spinnaker late, and they had all sorts of issues. But right now, it looks like they've gotten back into it. They're into their groove right there. They're talking. You can hear the captain, Teva Plichard, in the back right there, talking with this tactician, Deiki Hashesh, who they're just constantly talking. You can see him with his right hand there making a gesture. I don't know what that means. Perhaps he wants to go off to the right-hand side. Perhaps he's saying, let's take it easy. I'm hearing that perhaps they're talking about the amount of pressure that... Oh yeah, I think they're saying there's pressure on the right-hand side.
They're going for a jibe.
Yeah, and then that hand signal was to say, okay, when is the good time to jibe? Should we jibe now? No. Now? How about now?
Let's see.
And there it is. Oh, a nice pump out of it every time. And that right there, ladies and gentlemen,
a nice ease on
will
that
give you a little bit of a head start. It'll give you some acceleration and some so needed speed when you come out of those maneuvers. Right now, 250-meter lead for Tahiti, which are about to cross the finishing line in less than 200 meters, making this team their 5th win in a row. Unbelievable. These guys are sailing like a machine. Cool, calm, clear-headed sailors right there.
Very good for them. Very good.
Here we go. Team Tahiti winning the first race of the 16th of the finals. The 5th race in a row. Woohoo! Yeah. Good job, Tahiti.
Well done. Well done.
Congratulations. Unbelievable.
5 races in a row.
5 races in a row. That's unbelievable.
When some other people struggling, they're winning every single race. I mean, unbelievable.
They are going to be scaring some teams out there, let me tell you.
Yeah.
Oh, there's going to be some talking.
Cool picture.
Yes. Congratulations, Team Tahiti.
Very good.
And now, in the background, we see Team Bermuda, which is about to cross the finishing line, giving Tahiti a good run for their money, getting a second place spot with a very valuable 3 points. And that's going to be very important coming in here now to these next races. Look, they've got good pressure right now, so it looks like we're seeing the wind coming back up a little bit. And here goes Bermuda. That's it. Bermuda has now crossed the finishing line, putting 3 points up onto the leaderboard. So congratulations, Bermuda. That was a very nice sail.
Very good, sailing from Tahiti and Bermuda. And of course, they were like much racing all the way.
Yeah, it was great. I mean, thank you, Bermuda. That you made it very, very exciting. They were out in a lead for quite a while there, getting on top. Perhaps,
Tahiti, they had some, moments when Bermuda scared them. But
look at the heel on this boat. There looks like there's some good pressure right now. Good heel. Those boats now are hauling. So bearing away as they're getting to the finishing line. Hungary is about to finish. as I believe they are crossing the finishing line or have just crossed the finishing line. They are now putting their boat, there we go, that is race committee on the background. And very good to see that we had no serious issues here on this race with any of the boats. Hungary finishing about a minute behind Bermuda, 2 minutes behind Tahiti, and now coming into fourth place is Team Finland.
Let's don't forget, like these guys, they spend less time in the water in this boat, so they the other teams, they have more advantage, you know, to sail the boat more properly.
That's absolutely true. As a matter of fact, on this boat there are, you know, Olympic bronze medal winning sailors, and we have a whole bunch of world champions that are on this boat today, 2 of them. We have also 2 other sailors that have won the world championship silver. So a lot of high-level sailors here on this team, but there's just nothing you can do about it. The other teams have already been racing 4 races, except for Hungary. And that's it. They're just they've done more time on the boat. So it'll be really interesting to see as we move on to see how the teams will be doing, because we see that the teams that already have races under their belt seem to be the most comfortable and so far taking the lead. We've seen that in Fleet 1. We're seeing it again in Fleet number 2, as Tahiti and Bermuda were already in the third of finals. So even though Hungary and Finland are theoretically better ranked in the world ranking, the lower teams but have spent more time on the boat are actually doing better. So there it is, the race results as you see on your screen right there, with Tahiti picking up 4 points, Bermuda with 3, Hungary with 2 points, and Finland number 1. Now, we will make sure that you check us out on social media. Social media right there with on Facebook. You can follow us, of course, on Instagram, on YouTube. You could follow us live also on Facebook. Perhaps that's where you are watching us right now. And don't forget to go to SSL-goldcup.com, where you can see all sorts of information. You can, if you so wish to, you can go to the official notice board and you can actually see all the same information.
You can see all, you know, you can click on all the teams and look at the backgrounds, the experience they had, race, everything, like all the experience.
Okay, so right now we are going to take a break, but we have a short, really interesting clip that we want to show you about the position of the Bowman. So we'll take a look at this clip, stick around, and we will see you very shortly for race number 3 for Fleet number 3. Race number 1 for Fleet number 3.
My name is Jordan van Rooyen. I'm the bowman on the Dutch team. What the position bowman means is that you're to be the only one on the foredeck of the boat. So the foredeck starts from the mast going forward. Everything that happens on the foredeck, dropping sails and hoisting sails, gets done by the bowman.
You know, every role on the boat's pretty important, but if you mess this up, you look like a bloody fool. No one wants to trill the kite through the water and slow down. You do it well, it makes our team look good.
The spinnaker is the biggest sail on the boat, and it needs to come down within 5 seconds time. If something goes wrong, the spinnaker can get in the water, and it can be that the whole blame of the boat comes on you.
If we want to communicate how far we are from the start line, basically we use the fingers to show how far back we are from the line. 1 boat length, 2 boat lengths, 1.5, and then we use basic signal to say hold, go, bow down, bow up, just pointing. I think the bowman is like being the goalkeeper, because it's a key position and all the team is supporting the goalkeeper, and the goalkeeper needs to support the team as well.
go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hello and welcome back. We are about to get things started here as we go on for the first race of fleet number 3. But before we do that, let's go and take a look here at the lineup, or rather of the teams that are participating. Looks like that information is not coming up. There it is, our match board. Down in the 16th of the finals, you see it's the 1, 2, 3, third fleet. Starting off with the Republic of South Africa, Portugal, Croatia, and Antigua and Barbuda. So those are the teams right now that are onto the boats. Let's take a look at the team comparisons. So Team South Africa, Team Ubuntu, SSL ranked number 40th and weighing in at 725 kilos with the captain of the team, Ian Ainsley. To the right of that is Team Portugal, the Navigators, SSL ranked number 22, weighing in at 726 kilos, team captain, Joao Rodriguez. Bottom left and newcomer, Team Croatia, the Turnst, SSL ranked number 15. They're the lightest ones today, 691 kilos, with team captain number 8, Tonchi Stepanovic. To the bottom right, Antigua, the Rum Runners, SSL ranked number 64, weighing in at 725 kilo. Team captain number 10, Shannon Falcone. And now let's have a look at the anthems, team national anthems. right, we're back. Let's now take a look at who will be on the boats today. Here we are, Team South Africa. We see the captain of the team, Ian Ainsley, which will be at the helm. We have the tactician, Mark Sadler, which will also be on the boat. He has a World Championship gold. We have the main trimmer, David Ree, who also has a gold medal in actually several different boats, including the J22. On that boat, also at the helm, we mentioned the helm already on there. We have a lot of young sailors, and we have some changes that we saw being made. We have Tobin and Ray that are stepping into Tobin, which is stepping in as a grinder. So the next team that we have is a Team Portugal. And this team right here, we have number 6, the grinder, Felipe Silva, who has a World Championship silver medal in the fin class. We have main trimmer, Diogo Costa, who has a gold medal at the World Championships in the 470 class. As the kite trimmer, we have Mariana Lobato, who also has a gold medal at the World Championships in the VO65 class. And we have an Olympic bronze medalist on board, the tactician Hugo Rocha. So that's for your Team Portugal. Now with Team Croatia. Team Croatia, right there, we have at the helm Tonči Stipanovic, which is stepping in as captain for this race right here. And as a floater, gold place at the World Championships, Darko Hajdinjak. And our last team, but certainly not least, is Antigua and Barbuda. We have on as the main trimmer and captain of the team, Shannon Falcona. He is a winner of the America's Cup, and he is currently in his 7th participation of the America's Cup. Number 6, as the grinder, we have Tristan Lawrence, who he also has a gold medal at the Continental Games for the RORC class. So here we are. We are going to get on course with, we are about to get onto course with racing. Let's take a look here at the race course. As you see, we go around, we go off and around the Windward mark, then back down through the gates, back up for leg number 3 to the Windward mark, and then leg number 4 down to the finish. With me here in the studio is Ibtisam from Team Oman. She is trimmer number 2 on the boat. She was with me on the last race. She's with me again here. Thank you, Ibti.
I like it.
It's great to have you here to help me commentate here. We have 50 seconds left on the board, and this is showtime now for all of these teams. Looks very, very clean. This is so far. We have to see what the distance is to the line, but for the time being, it looks very even for these 3 boats. Obviously, we have one boat which is not in the picture. We'll find out what's going on with that boat and where he is at. And 20 seconds. There we go. So now we see Antigua Barbuda is a little bit behind the others. 14 seconds, looking like a tough place to be living right now for South Africa. Just trying to love. It's just, they're going to love Portugal. South Africa is taking Portugal and Antigua Barbuda out of it. It's the start of the race, and we have 2 boats that won't be able to make it across the finishing line. They're going to have to get turned around very, very quickly. Make sure they don't hit one another. What a good move for South Africa, ejecting 2 teams off of the starting line.
That was an aggressive start from South Africa, but good for them.
A very aggressive start for Team South Africa, and now we see Team Croatia with an easily being able to get off the line.
And
so, for the time being, only 2 boats are really racing, or at least have even started the race. What a difficult break now for Portugal and Antigua and Barbuda, who were both here in the last round. So was South Africa. And South Africa just denying access to the starting line. They have the right to do that.
Yeah, of course. And we already saw South Africa, they did this like several times now in this kind of wind. I remember it happened with us twice at least. And so that's, you know, a very good move from South Africa.
Very good move. Now remember, you do not have room at the boat, at the race committee boat. The room at the mark, that rule only comes into play once the start has been given, and so therefore there is absolutely no room at the mark on the starting line. There is on the finishing line, but there is not at the starting line.
No mercy in the start line.
Yes, exactly. Well said. No mercy. And that's exactly what they did. So it's oftentimes a lot of people will try to get a good start over at race committee on the committee end. That is always a very dangerous move, as you can get shut out. And people should not be budging in. They should be being and doing the fair thing, fair racing, as you see here they have done. So now it'll be interesting to see if Portugal and Antigua and Barbuda can come back from that. There's no reason why they can't come back.
No, they're still in the beginning of the race, and you can see already the split of the fleet, like 2 boats on the left side and 2 boats on the right side. So everything can happen.
Yeah, we've seen it really very, very shifty out there today with different conditions. We're really glad here to see that we have some pressure back out onto the race course. I was getting some information which was telling me that there were 4 knots of wind on the race course, which is very, very light. Looks as though, thankfully, there is more.
It looks like everyone going to the right side of the course, like all the fleets.
So if indeed the right-hand side of the race course is paying, then this would mean that Portugal, Antigua and Barbuda could actually be on the correct side, and therefore, who knows, we could see them coming back and beating the others. It'll be interesting if we look at top left hand side. You'll see the distance between the leaders. Now let's take a look and see if that distance is going down with Portugal and Antigua and Barbuda.
Anything can happen.
Anything can happen. A little hello right there from the crew hanging out on the side. Hello, boys and girls. So that's your team, Portugal, right there. And for the time being, a lot of these guys, all they got to do is, you know, put their weight out there. But that's quite difficult, as you see. Perhaps you don't see right now, but I can tell you there are no hiking straps on the boat. So the only way to stay on is to hold on to the sheets. Like you see right there, the sheet are on top of, they cross their feet and use that in order to be able to hang outside. So kind of a particular way of being on rappel right there, or hiking out, shall I say? Not a rappel.
Hiking, yeah.
Yeah, hiking. So very interesting, very physical. It means that they're not just sitting in a harness and being held and or pulling on a foot strap. Nope, they're holding on. They're just holding on to a rope. So you can imagine how difficult that is. Obviously, with the boat being heeled over, they are a little bit sitting on the side of the boat, but really not that much. And I could tell you coming back into the boat, and I'm sure Ipti, you know exactly, coming back into the boat is not easy.
It's not easy at all. And you saw one of the Portuguese team, you know, the Bowman, he was, you know, relaxing his hand one time each time. So he will hold the right side and then relaxing the other hand and then, you know, swapping.
Kind of like rock climbing, or you see them shake their hand.
Yeah, he's more like relaxing the hand.
Yeah, so how were you managing to get up? What was your trick on getting up?
I will just tell my next guy, just push me up.
Help me.
Yeah.
Once you're in, help me get up.
Yeah.
No, it's really hard. Really, really hard.
Really hard.
You have to just power through it. Anyway, we see right now, here goes South Africa right there. We're on board. Looks like they have good pressure off to the right-hand side of the race course. So interesting, yeah. And it looks like, look at that, Croatia and South Africa have managed to are coming back onto the right hand side. So we see Antigua Barbuda going off to the left. So Antigua was on the right, has decided to now come back and cut over to the left-hand side as Portugal keeps on going to the right. Very interesting, kind of difficult to be able to find out what's going on from that. Why would Antigua Barbuda, who was on the right, come back to the center as Portugal has decided to keep going far right?
I hope Antigua have a good reason to go to the left side of the course, because, you know, 3-1 in the course, it's a little bit, you know, very risky.
Yeah, it's risky because they're leaving their opponents all by themselves. So either they've seen something and they want to take advantage of it, or they're, you know, they could be big gains or big losses by going off on one side by yourself. We see Portugal is now tacked back over and sort of coming back more or less into the middle of the race course.
Look at that picture from the top.
What a nice picture. As you see right there, you could tell what they're holding on to, which is not much.
Only ropes.
Gives you a good idea, yeah, of how physical these boats are. So not only is it physical, but you're 9 people on the boat working really, you have to be working together. So it's a question of physical, but it's also a question of mental in order to be on the timing with everybody else.
I mean, you're sailing with 9 people, so there's no way you work by yourself. You have to get understanding exactly your role is, and you're working with who exactly. You know, like the pitman is non-stop worker. So sometimes he will be working with a, you know, main trimmer. Sometimes he will be working with the bowman.
Yeah, you really need to be working together. I mean, as most of the sailors that are watching us right now will probably have already had this experience as they're sailing perhaps with 4 or 5 people on board. It's already hard enough for communications. Imagine 9.
9 people. You can see they're like Portuguese. They're crossing, you know, behind Croatia and South Africa.
There we go. We're on top of South Africa right there with a wonderful drone shot. It looks like as though they're about to tack. And there's a tack for South Africa. South Africa right now 80 meters behind our leader as we are 660 meters away from the Windward mark. We do see a little bit of swell right there. Makes for some great images. It's good to see that it's not nearly as big as what it was in the first couple days, but that's still a good meter and a half of swell right there. And honestly, the wind conditions are not so strong. So big waves, not much wind.
Very hot.
It's very difficult.
Yeah.
Here we go, everybody getting in and getting ready for that attack.
I think South Africa, they've been defensive a little bit in this race.
They were definitely very aggressive on the start, and so right now I believe that they're really going to be wanting to make sure that they put the pressure on Portugal and Antigua and Barbuda. Croatia right now, sailing well, sailing fast, sailing smooth. They're out in front. Not much pressure on them for the time being. With, I would say, it's not really a cover, but sort of a loose cover, sort of hanging out on the same side, making sure their opponents are just not going off and off by themselves.
It's good to be in the middle, and of course, the Croatia they give themselves like 111 meters ahead. So good for them. Oh, look at that, crossing behind.
So that's Croatia right there on the top of your screen with a very nice lead over South Africa. Croatia really sailing well on these boats. I remember when we saw them back in Switzerland for the qualification series. They were one of the top teams. So there is... there you go, look at that already, everybody with a nice pump. So we're seeing that from them. That's the first team that we've seen here in this fleet do that.
Here's the
definitely some high level sailing in here, and we do have some Olympians on this boat. As we have Tonči Stepanovic right there, which is at the helm. He's been, there you go, 2 Olympic medals. He's been 2 times at the World Games, at the World Championships, pardon me. So a lot of experience from this sailor, Olympic experience, world-class sailing experience. It's funny to see him down on that.
Here we go,
Leeward.
Reaching to the gate.
Yeah, here we go to the windward mark right here. 80 meters to the windward mark. So Croatia makes it first to the windward mark. It's the first time we see them here at the SSL Gold Cup Finals Series. First race for them, and they're out in front and they're leading. So now let's go on board as they are about to hoist the spinnaker. Sights and sounds from Team Croatia. Here we go. And it looks like it's a good spinnaker hoist right there.
Perfect.
Very, very nice. Very good set, and the jib is down. So, great job there for Team Croatia. They already have their spinnaker up, as Team South Africa is now getting past the windward mark. So they have a whole dogleg ahead of South Africa right now. Croatia with a hefty 43-second lead at the windward mark. Let's see what's going on here with the Republic of South Africa as they hoist their spinnaker for the first time in this SSL 16th of the finals. And it looks like it's a good, clean, fast hoist. Jib comes down, spinnaker is full of air. Very, very nice. That was a great hoist. Now let's take a look at the team that's behind there. It looks like their bow split is not out in front. The bowsprit was a little late to come out. Not too much of an issue. But we see the spinnaker is still not set, and the jib took a little bit of time. So, Team Portugal, not quite as clean as the first 2 teams that we've seen. Not bad at all, but had a little bit of an issue right there with the jib getting it to come down and the spinnaker to really be full.
I'm glad that didn't cost them a lot, I mean, in the hoist. And of course, they're going after South Africa.
They're going after South Africa, and here we go with Team Antigua and Barbuda as they're about to hoist their spinnaker for the first time. Oh no, there's an issue. Oh, that's going to cause a lot of problems. Big problems right there.
Oh no.
So that's not good. There's a big, huge mess right there on the port winch.
They're going for jibe sets.
Yes, so even though that was a little bit problematic, that right there was a sambuca, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, it was. It was just not quite as clean as they had wished it could have been. They are going to have to now undo that mess on that port winch right there. Remember, we had Cuba that had an issue in the last round, and they had a big mess on that. They made a huge knot on their winch, and they actually couldn't take their spinnaker down. They had to go a good 400 or 500 meters past the Leeward gates.
I mean, Antigua, they're trying to do something completely different from the others because, you know, at the end they have nothing to lose here. So they need to try something new.
So exactly, they are trying definitely something new right there, and they're going off to the right-hand side as they just managed to pull off a very difficult maneuver, that jibe set, as you call it. As a matter of fact, it's quite difficult, or what we call a sambuca. There's all sorts of names that our sailors give to these different maneuvers, and it's quite funny.
It's a sailor thing.
It is a sailor's thing. But essentially, to make it simple, it's a jibe set. But doing a jibe set with an asymmetrical spinnaker is difficult. So
it's a very aggressive maneuver, especially, you know, the spinnaker is in the wrong place. So they really have to do it, you know, move all the spinnaker forwards and hoist it.
Yeah, exactly. And they have to do that before they can take the jib down, and so it makes it actually quite complicated. The easier thing would be to set the spinnaker and then to jibe.
Early jibing.
But but they did not decide to do that. They decided to go for a jibe set. So let's go back to the front of the field. Here, let's take a look at Team Croatia in the lead. They had a 43-second lead. They now have about 170 meters lead over Republic of South Africa. They have also decided to jibe and to go off to the right-hand side of the race course. So right now it looks like everybody's putting in a jibe to go off to the right-hand side. Perhaps Antigua and Barbuda saw something that they didn't. Remember, if you're the last team on the downwind, you're also the first team to be able to get that new wind. So it is a possibility for them to be able to come back. However, they are quite far behind.
Yeah, but nothing was impossible. You know, everything can happen again, and they had to try something new.
Yeah, you're definitely not going to be, you know, in front of the others if you keep following them.
Yeah.
So it's a difficult maneuver, and there's really nothing to lose. They are in fourth place, as you see right there, about 690 meters behind the leaders. So they've got to do a bold maneuver. And perhaps if one of the three that are out in front does a bad maneuver down at the gates, because remember, guys, we're coming down to the gate, and this is where we've seen the most amount of action. And we saw with Team Austria in the last one where they had big difficulties with their jib. They actually had to take it down before bringing it back up. So anything can happen.
I would say most of the mistake will gonna happen at the gate. You know.
for sure, for sure. That's the one place we've seen the most amount of issues. Is at the gate. So that's the most dynamic, exciting part right there. And then also sometimes we've seen issues at the offset mark. Up at the top. So those spinnakers, not easy to deal with those spinnakers.
It's a huge spinnaker. I mean, needs 2 people to hoist it. And again, dropping is not easy. Like everything happening at the same time. Jib up and then dropping, trimming jib and mainsail. Like everything has to be really organized.
Yeah, you have to do it sort of everything at the same time, but in reality, guys, you really are not doing all the things at the same time. There is a sequence.
Steps,
Yeah, there's a sequence for things to go on. And for example, one of the things that's important
only
is
for
to
the grinder they non-stop.
But the grinder, they have to decide where they put the power. So one of the things that's important, for example, is that you make sure you trim your main before your jib, right? So that your boat can actually head up. Anyways, we could talk about this for a long time. Here we go. Let's look at Team Croatia as they're taking down their spinnaker. You see that's a windward drop right there. They always drop it on the same side, so that's on the port hand side. That's a very nice drop, taking it easy right there. And they're about to do a jibe and set themselves back up. Notice how that mainsail is already very taut.
Very nice.
And now
drop.
the jib is going to come up. So they're sliding a little bit sideways right there. So they came out of that jibe with their sails really sheeted in. And it's hard to accelerate properly, but. And that's why we saw them sort of sliding a little bit sideways as they got to the gate.
And that moment, like so many people, like the crew, I mean, they will have still, be in the leeward side doing something, depends on, the drop.
Yeah, and so here we go, South Africa, same thing, windward drop right there. Come on, get it into the boat. It's really important. Oh, they're having issues bringing it in. The drop was good. It's just they didn't manage to just bring it in there. Look at that.
Be careful, guys, of that bow spread.
What's going on there with the sheet, the jib sheet? Okay, the main was in. That's important, but a little slow there on getting that jib sheet in. And that doesn't look too bad, but that drop, unfortunately, wasn't the cleanest drop we've seen from the Republic of South Africa. It was a little bit hectic right there. Just a little bit hectic, but they made it out of it. They haven't lost much.
I think it wasn't really bad, finally.
Yeah, that spinnaker did go into the water, but it didn't get filled up with water, so it looks like it was sort of floating on top of the water. Now let's see here where it goes on Portugal. Exactly the same maneuver as they bring the spinnaker in, right on top of the deck right there, and it just falls right into the boat. And they decide to go for a split. So Portugal decides to split at the leeward gate as they decide to go off to the right-hand side. Oh, very interesting right there as we see the grinder grinding the mainsail, and they put a winch handle on the winch for the jib. So that's really interesting. Sometimes, generally, you see the grinder on, doing the winch for the jib. It looks like they have a little bit of a different game plan here on Team Portugal.
Usually the main trimmer do it by himself, like he doesn't need the grinder to do it. But this team is different.
Now we just saw right there. You saw the main sheet. They put the winch handle back onto the main winch, which is in the back, and you could see that both of the port and starboard winches were hooked together as everything was sort of turning. We saw that on that last image. It's hard to explain it if you don't see it. So let's look here at Antigua and Barbuda, who are coming in. They came into the right-hand side, so perhaps they managed to gain a little bit. And there's Shannon. Shannon has dropped the main sheet and has come onto the... Oh, no, spinnaker in the water. Not too bad, not too bad. Wow, a lot of power being put on there by Shannon. Shannon is a super big built guy, and his power right there on the wind.
You really need big guys on this case.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of power going on right there. Already the wind shear we see right there, number 4 on the right-hand side. That's not a small guy. And then Shannon going on there. Yeah, they got short work of it. I was kind of afraid at first when I saw that spinnaker go into the water. All right, well, there it is now. They're going to have to do some house cleaning because there are lines everywhere on that boat.
It doesn't look good.
Now, we've seen a lot of issues with boats that have left their lines, not tidied up. But hold on, give them a break. They just took their spinnaker down there, only starting now to get back on their way up, so they'll have time to clean that boat up. Here we go, Team Portugal, as we see right there, the number 1 who is gone back up to the Bowman right there. He's gone back up, and basically what he's doing is he is taping with Scotch tape the
spinnaker halyard.
Yeah, spinnaker halyard.
Just to keep it clear from, the jib.
The jib and the spreaders and everything else. So that's why you put it all the way up there in the front. Obviously, when you put the weight all the way in the front, the boat has a tendency to sort of dig more and plant more into the wave. So it's actually. It's a good thing that he goes up there and does that because it'll avoid all sorts of issues with that halyard. But at the same time, you got to be quick because otherwise you're going to plant the bow of the boat into the wave, and that's going to slow you down. So sometimes you need to take risks and get out there and lose a little bit to gain a little.
Yeah. I mean, going Antigua to the left side of the course again, costing them a lot.
Yeah.
He's again, splitting from everyone else.
Antigua, Barbuda, 943 meters behind the others. They've decided to do something else. We can see them on your screen right there on the right-hand side. They're all the way back there, and they are going off. So you see them on the left-hand side of your screen. They have decided to go off to the left-hand side. Perhaps they've seen something on that left-hand side, or have decided to just play the shift.
I don't know really, because we saw that in the first downwind, like they tried to do the jibe set and didn't pay them anything. So it's again, true, they're splitting from the fleet.
Tactically, it makes sense. They went down on the right. They're going back up on the left. So it would seem as though perhaps they saw a wind shift on the left-hand side. Difficult to say for the time being. It doesn't look like the left is paying. It doesn't look like they're losing either. They were at 960. They're now at 950.
And you can see here Croatia.
Now they're gaining. Now they're gaining. Look at Antigua Barbuda right there, dropping to 940, so perhaps there is something on that left-hand side. But right now, our leader currently is Team Croatia. This is the first race of the Croatian boat. All 3 other boats in this fleet have already been racing, and we're here in the last round. So that's South Africa, Portugal, and Antigua and Barbuda. We're already here, so this is actually their 5th race for those 3. And now for Croatia, this is the very first race for them, and they're coming in here and showing how it's done.
Like, I noticed something different with South Africa. Like, everyone is hiking behind the shroud, where when with Portuguese team, it's completely different. Like, you see the bowman and another one guy is in front of the shrouds. So I don't know. It's different how they do it, but let's see.
Very interesting, Ipti. Very interesting observation.
I mean, I know this is all about the, how to use the waves. Let's see. Now one only guy in front of the shroud.
Yeah, and what was kind of, now when you're hiking and if you have a lot of weight, basically what you want is you want to center the weight, right? Because if you've got a lot of weight in the back and a lot of weight in the front, you'll sort of do this teeter-totter thing, and the boat just it just always is going up and down, up and down, up and down. And
basically, if the boat going, noise inside the water, like diving, that means you have to put your weight back, a little bit back.
Yeah, exactly. You don't want to be slamming into the waves. So it's a question of having all the weight, the masses centered in the boat so you don't teeter-totter. And then that mass, whether you move it a little bit more forward or maybe you move it a little more backwards, depending on what the boat is doing.
Yeah.
So interesting. We'll see. I suppose we'll see once we look at Portugal again. We'll see where they are, if they are actually going to be, if they're actually more forward or more backwards.
You can see here, Croatia, they're only, extending the lead.
Extending their lead. Croatia, 274 meters ahead of the others and only 140 meters left until they get to the weather mark. Once they get to this mark, it's the dogleg to the offset mark, and then they'll be hoisting their spinnaker for the last time today. Will Croatia be able to keep their lead and finish in first place?
And you can look at the sheets, it's quite organized from what we saw in Antigua.
There we go, they've gone around the Windward mark right now, so there they are on the beam reach, slightly, releasing their sails as we see here that they're about to release the jib. The spinnaker is going out to the front. The spinnaker pole, or rather the bowsprit, is coming out right there. You see that, and it's constant moving, and they're going very good. And there you go, there's a hoist right there. Spinnaker's at the top, it's full, and the jib should be dropping at any moment here. A little slow on that jib drop. That's all right, as long as it's not, falling into the water.
Still no pressure from behind.
No pressure from behind. The other boat is only getting right now to the windward mark. So a good 54 seconds, 55 seconds lead right there. So a minute, pretty much 1 minute, 2 seconds lead for Croatia right there over South Africa. So no pressure on Croatia, just sailing smooth. Now let's take a look here with the Republic of South Africa. They don't have any pressure coming up from behind. Yeah. So we should see, hopefully we'll see no drama as they hoist their spinnaker as well for the last time.
3 lengths, not early, not.
There we go, we heard Ian telling them 3 boat lengths. Here goes the spinnaker. A little bit into the water. It looks like they're having an issue putting the spinnaker up. Looks like they're struggling right there with on the winch, on the coffee grinders. So that was a slow hoist right there from the Republic of South Africa. Spinnaker is up now, but they were definitely having a little bit of a trouble getting that spinnaker to the top of the mast.
I mean, I was expecting to do better than this, but hopefully that didn't cost them a lot. Especially, there is no pressure from behind. Still, Portugal still didn't round the mark.
They haven't gone around the mark yet. You're right. So didn't look like that tactic to hike out front actually was helping any. It was perhaps a good try. But right now,
let's see, Portugal
2 minutes and 42 seconds behind the leaders. Almost a minute and a half behind the Republic of South Africa. Now let's take a look here. Let's see what happens. They're about to hoist. There's the command.
Hoist.
Looks like a pretty fast and clean hoist for Team Portugal.
Very
as
clean.
They also put up their spinnaker for the last time today. No issues with the retrieval line. No issues with the jib. A good fast hoist. Clean maneuver from Portugal.
Very clean, yeah.
Team Portugal there, 2 minutes and 42 seconds behind the leader. As we see Antigua and Barbuda in 4th place, getting to the windward mark only now. So big distances between all of these boats, and pretty even, I would say. There you see 460 meters behind for the Republic of South Africa is probably about the same thing. Yeah, another 400 meters behind for Portugal, and another 400 meters behind for Antigua and Barbuda. So
yeah, there is a huge gap between the boats.
Yeah, definitely a big. There we go, nice clean boat right there. So interesting here to have the onboard where we can see Ian talking. Very concentrated. Ian Ainsley, what a nice guy. He's just such a nice guy. When you're on land and you speak to him, he's a soft-spoken person. And when you see him now in his element, he looks like a machine right now. He's out on a mission right there. Perhaps he's just a little back behind Croatia, but you could just see the concentration in his body language.
You can see different person, like in the water he's going to be very aggressive, but he's off the water he's very calm.
Yeah, he's a very calm guy. He's a very calm guy off the water, and but of course you would imagine they are quite aggressive when they're on the water. I mean, they wouldn't be here, right, if they weren't good sailors.
Right, definitely.
And you have to be a little bit aggressive when you're out on the water. Now, remember, aggressive does not mean not following the rules, guys.
No. In a good way.
In a good way.
Yeah.
And as a matter of fact, that's what's so great about seeing these guys sailing, is that they have such a high level of sailing that you won't hear them going around the race course screaming at the others. You often have that at a
you
club
can get
level.
penalized of that.
Yeah, you would, yeah. So as you get up to these more professional sailors, you'll notice that there's not all this screaming that you'll hear perhaps on a club level, and that's because they know that it doesn't influence the others, and they'll just be wasting energy. They really need to concentrate on making the right moves at the right time.
At the end you present yourself, for the public. So if you swear and curse, that's you explain it to them, that's you.
Yeah, that's true. That's the image.
And this level, I don't think we will see like cursing and swearing.
No. I mean,
it's a very high level.
It's the highest level, to put it simply. I mean, these guys are the best sailors of each one of their nations, and that's how they got to be here, and they did that by being on the SSL ranking. And And for all you young sailors that are out there, you know, keep sailing, keep practicing, and keep going on to regattas, because like we saw earlier on Team Tahiti, we have a very young 21-year-old laser sailor who's made the cut and has made it here. So you young guys that are out there still in your opties, you know, keep sailing, keep practicing, go out on the water, get your days in, and before long you might be here with us here at the SSL sailing.
Definitely, the age is not you know, everyone can do it.
Yeah, and this is how you get on these boats. It's through the ranking list. It's not
by the experience, by the you know, regattas, you winning.
Yeah, and so it gives everybody the opportunity to be here. And in that ranking, you know, we're 230 meters away from the finishing line, but just to finish on the ranking, you know, there's the skipper's ranking, and then there's a crew ranking, and we choose people out of those rankings, and that's how you get onto these boats. So 160 meters left now for Team Croatia, and here in their very first race out here, and great to see them, and we just see the level of sailing on this boat. And of course, Olympic level sailors, as we said here, and if they haven't been to the Olympics, they've won. There it is. There goes Team Croatia, and they've just passed the finishing line. So that's the first win, first race, first win for Team Croatia. Congratulations.
This is the, you know, will keep them motivating for the next day.
And there we go, what a team picture. And now it's time for them to take down that spinnaker and change out for the next sailors that will be coming to sail. It'll be Fleet 4, which is coming up next. But before we see Fleet 4, let's concentrate here on the second place boat. So this will be this is the Republic of South Africa. Coming into second place, that'll give them 3 points on the leaderboard. So it's not 4 points. Obviously, they'd want to win, but three is pretty good.
Pretty good.
Every point really counts here in these races, because you'll never know what happens. Other teams could get penalties further down the road, and that just might bump you up just 1 point ahead of the others, which means the difference between qualifying to the 8th of the finals or not.
I mean, you still have a couple of days to prove your team and sail the best you can.
That's right. We still have 3 more days of sailing for this team. Here goes a jibe.
Last jibe.
Last jibe. Or are they going to make it? Nope, they're going to make it without having to jibe. So, congratulations, South Africa. Coming in second and putting 3 points on the leaderboard.
Well done, South Africa.
Yes.
So that's a good race from them right there. It's quite funny to see the difference in attitude that we saw on the last day. So like we said, there are 3 more days of racing.
3 more days.
2 more of the next 2 days will be normal points. 4 points for first place, 3, 2, 1 as it goes down. But on the last day, it'll be double points again.
And that can change everything.
And there goes Portugal crossing the line. Race number 1 for this fleet number 3. Portugal manages to pass the finishing line, bringing home 2 points on the leaderboard. There goes the drop, and you saw right there that motorboat coming alongside. So that's the shore team coming onto the boat, making sure everything is okay. And here comes Team Antigua and Barbuda, led by Shannon Falcone right there, number 10, team captain. We saw him all over the boat today. He was at his normal station or normal position, which is the main sheet for the main sail. But we also saw him jumping onto the grinder to give a hand. So he's been sort of all over the place. As we were talking about the points, there you go. After 41 minutes and 45 seconds, 4 points to Team Croatia, 3 for South Africa, 2 for Team Portugal, and Antigua and Barbuda putting 1 point only on the leaderboard right now. So that's it right now for us over here. We have a little video that we are going to show you next about the position of the floater. Then we will take a break and we'll be right back for the first race of fleet number 4.
Hello, my name is Martina Graal. I'm from Team Brazil. I do main strategy and floater, so I just basically help everywhere that it's in need.
I think as a floater, it's very important to be versatile, flexible, be ready to shoot in whenever you can.
Well, on the pre-start, I'm in charge of telling the time every 30 seconds, 20 seconds, or 10 seconds, and after 30 seconds, it's every second.
I don't do much, I just go straight for the hike, but all the other maneuvers and helping with the pole out and tack in. Downwind, helping to pass the spinnaker on the jibe. On the downwind maneuver, also helping the spinnaker in.
I pass this line that it's kite halyard, and I pass it to the jib trimmer to put it on the winch.
If I compare being a floater to real life, I would say that it comes close to being a best friend. You always try to help everyone and keep the far goal in mind, and that doesn't always mean putting yourself first, but yeah, being a good person.
go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hello everyone, and welcome back. This is going to be the last race of the day, the first race for fleet number 4. We have here with me the tactician on Team Tahiti. Welcome, Taiki.
Thank you. I'm so glad to be here. As you said, we won the last race. I'm so stoked. And yeah, now it's not about us, it's about these fleets. And we'll see what's going to happen. It's very shifty on the water, so it's very difficult for the tactician. So good luck for everyone.
Yeah, well, we'll talk a little bit more about that in a little bit as we see the live images. I'll have all sorts of questions for you, and I'll pick your brain a little bit. But
sure.
But before we get started here, let's look at the match board. As you see at the very bottom of the screen right there, these are the last teams that we will be participating. We have Team Slovenia, and then Lithuania, Canada, and Japan. So Canada and Japan are the two new teams that have just arrived here. Let's take a look here at the team comparison. So top left we have Team Slovenia, Karpani 860, and they are SSL ranked number 29, total weight of 703 kilos, and the captain of that team is Vasily Zbogar. To the right of that is Team Lithuania, the Ambers, SSL ranked number 37, weighing in at 718 kilos. Number 9 is the captain of this team, Rukas Milavičius. On the bottom left, in our first one of the two new teams in this group from Canada, the Enforcers, SSL ranked number 23, team weight of 710 kilos. The captain of the team is number 10, Robert Hemming. And to the right of that is the other brand new team, Team Japan, Team Rising Sun of Japan, SSL ranked number 28. They weigh in at 710 kilos. And the captain of the team is number 9. Did not have time to see his name. All right, before we keep on going now, let's take a look at the team's national anthems. Well, ladies and gentlemen, those were the national anthems of the teams that will be out on the water. But right now, let's take a look at the lineup and see who is sailing out on the Slovenian boat. There you see we have a whole bunch of different sailors, and it's very important that you know that the grinder, Jani Klemencic, he has an Olympic bronze medal along with the tactician Vasily Zbogar, who also has a silver Olympic medal. All the other ones on board have world championship medals as bronze medals or gold medals. So a lot of medals here and a lot of level of sailing on this boat. So these guys will have to be careful and look out for them. The next team is Team Lithuania. Here we go with Team Lithuania. Here we have World Championships. He has a gold medal at the World Championship. At the helm is Raimondas Siguninis, I believe. Yes, not doing such a good job pronouncing here. But we do have a couple gold gold medals that have been won here on this team, as well as World Championship bronze. Moving on to our next team, Team Canada. The captain, Richard Clark. He also has a gold medal at the World Championships. He is a star sailor. And as a tactician, we have Greg Douglas, who in the Finn class, has a silver medal at the World Championships. Right now, we have on the helm, we have Hemming right now, which is filling in as captain. And our next team, and our last team here that we will be showing you, is Team Japan. So one of the two new teams that are on there. We see the captain at the helm, Ichiro Hamazaki, who he has a silver medal at the Continental Games in 470 and in the J70. But we also have, as a tactician, Kazuto Seki. He is an Olympic bronze medalist, and everybody else on that boat has either won a bronze or a gold medal at the World Championship. Most of them sailing in TP52, so some big boat experience here on this Japanese team. And let's talk a little bit about the mid-bow here. And you see it's a woman that is doing this job. Kobayashi is her name, her last name. And perhaps Teiki, you could give us a little bit of an insight as what is that position before we watch a little clip about that.
Yeah, sure. The mid-boat is very important board. He has to run everywhere. He's like the floater, as you said before. So he's in charge of the check stay. He's in charge of the everything. So he has to keep an eye on the boat, because he has a lot to do, so he's in charge of everything. So
yeah, it's a difficult position because it's not a position where you have only one job. It's a position where you're essentially helping everybody else. So you need to know all of the positions, and then on top of it, you need to know the timing to figure out, well, you know, I need to go up to the front perhaps to help putting the spinnaker, or perhaps I need to do something with the backstay, the check stays, or...
Yeah, exactly. He's like, he can be trimmer, he can be on the jib, he can be on the mainsail, he can be everywhere. And he has to make sure that everything goes well on board. Without the mid-bow, we're fucked. Sorry.
Well, yeah, without the mid-bow, you heard it, it is difficult. And so really it's a teamwork, and it's very interesting. We were talking about teamwork before. We see that here now we are going to have, actually on this team, they have 10 sailors. So Japan has decided to put in 10 sailors as opposed to most of the teams where we've seen 9. So it's a decision that they've made. Now perhaps that's a question of weight, or perhaps it's team tactics. I'm not really sure. I haven't asked them, but hey, who knows? We'll try to get him to come over here and explain it to us. So let's take a quick look at this clip that we have for you, and then we'll get back out there onto racing. So here's the clip.
My name is Jacob Wilson, and I'm the mid-bow on SSL Team Sweden. Mostly I'm an extra hand on the upwinds. I'm helping the pitman a lot and the bowman. On the downwinds I'm helping the grinder, giving him an extra hand, and moving my body weight around and giving a hand where it's needed.
I give back and forward information so that everyone on the boat knows it. You have to be ready all the time to help.
As a mid-bow, I think the hard part is you have to understand what's gonna be the next move, so you're at the right spot at the right time.
It's like the old position in football called libero, because you have to change position and do different things and give a helping hand if there's need a man.
And we're back. We hope you enjoyed those clips that we just showed you. So that was a little bit of an explanation on what the mid-bow does there from a whole bunch of different sailors. And then, of course, you got to see that wonderful clip of where we are now, Gran Canaria, in the Canary archipelago. So we have orange flag is up. and we will soon start racing. But before we get out there, let's take a look here at the race course. So we get off to the start, first Windward around Mark 1, then back down through the gates, and this is where we've seen a lot of action and drama happening. Then they go back upwind to Mark number 3 and jibe down to the finish. So let's take a look at what's happening out there on the water right now. It seems as though most of our boats are circling around the start area. As you see at the bottom right, the wind speed is about 10 knots out there, so it's good. It's come up wind direction, 350 to 340, more or less the same as it's been all day. The temperature has gone up slightly to 28 degrees. It's sunny and slightly humid. Our match officials that are out on the water, so the regatta director, very important man right there, Paul Hutton-Ash Kenny. And then we have the principal race officer, which is also, of course, all these guys are important, because I don't want to make them jealous, right? The principal race officer, Ricardo Navarro, out on the race committee boat right there. International race officer, Ariane Mainmar, and then we have the jury out on the boat. So we have Andrews, which is out there, Paco, Gonzalo, Niven, and Luigi. All of these jury, there are the highest level juries. They are Olympic class juries. So we really have some of the best juries out here. They are very good. They are very strict, and so we've seen some good racing from everybody. And what do you think about the jury? See, it's a tricky question because you can only really have one answer.
Thank you. Yeah, we pick up the penalty on the first day, the second day, sorry. So yeah, they're very picky, but that's the rule. The rules is rules. They don't want to break the boats. That's the main rules. Without boats, there's no SSL concept. So we don't want to ruin the concept. So I think they're doing a very good job. And they have to keep doing what they're doing. They're doing great. So
yeah, we did. Yeah, that's right. We did see you pick up a penalty. You had to do a 360 up at the weather mark.
Yeah, exactly.
Quite a difficult one, actually. But you pulled that off really well. You did a 360 and then ended up by coming out with a sambuca at the end of all that. So that was pretty impressive.
From nowhere.
Out of nowhere. No, but it just goes to show how much, how important it is for the teams to be to communicate well, especially with 9 people, as we were saying. On Team Japan, they will have 10 people. So you've been sailing with 9. You were telling me already 9 people is a lot of stuff going on. And so 10 people, that's going to make it difficult for them to move around their boat.
Yeah, I think, and as you said before, a quiet boat is a fast boat. So if you add 1 more people, so that's 1 more speaking guy. So maybe, I don't know. We'll see what's going to happen. I don't know if they're 10 because they're too light.
Well, I mean, Japan, they're pretty well known for their discipline. So, you know, so perhaps that won't be an issue. We'll have to see. It'll be really interesting. I think they're the first one sailing with 10 people.
Yeah, you're right. So I've seen them sailing yesterday, I guess, for an hour because they're pretty new in that SSL 40.
Yeah, that was sort of a more of a safety sail. You know, these guys have never sailed on this boat, so you know, we want to make sure that, you know, they at least know where the basic commands and controls are of the boat. Obviously, in 1 hour, that does not give you enough time to be able to really practice the maneuvers, but at least to find out where it is. So here we are on board with Team Japan that we've been talking about here for a little bit because they are 10. So it'll be very interesting. And it looks like there's still a little bit trying to figure out what's going on here, what does what. So really interesting. I think they'll have to really be more on the tactical side than really on the boat handling side of it. Until they start getting a couple races under their belt, and then they'll feel more comfortable with the boat, and then they'll be able to go on. So
yeah, you're right.
But here we are, 1 minute and 50 seconds before the start. Interesting to see that Slovenia and Lithuania are hanging out together here, sort of on the left-hand side, as Canada and Japan are already on the right-hand side. So, will we see sort of a start like we did last time? Oh, here's a great shot. Race committee. So let's explain what's going on. The orange flag up at the top right there signifies the starting line. So between that orange flag and the orange flag, which is on the boat, which is on the right-hand side of your screen, you can just see it right there. That is the starting line.
What a great shot. Drone shots, wow.
Yeah, these
Beautiful.
drone shots are just amazing. So let's look what's going on around here. It looks as though, okay, who do we have over to the right? Lithuania to the right. We have Canada, and then Japan, which is luffing Canada right now, and the furthest Leeward boat is Slovenia. So 46 seconds to go. Looks like Lithuania has gone a little bit higher than everybody, is bearing down in order to have more speed. So 3 boats are battling it out 30 seconds before the line. It looks like Lithuania is too early, but that's very good for them, because time on distance for Lithuania means they will have probably the most amount of speed out of all of the teams right here. So I'm guessing Lithuania is coming out of this with the best start. I'm hearing that there is a protest here. There's a red flag. There has been a protest from someone. There we go, there's the start. That's Lithuania, and Lithuania off with the best start right there. They had the most amount of speed. I am just hearing that there is something that happened with a red flag. Let's see what's going to happen. It's a clear start. So clear start. Slovenia is protesting. I'm guessing they're protesting Japan. Slovenia protesting Japan because they won't respond to the luff is probably the situation I'm thinking is going on. But I don't know. So we'll find out. We are in contact with everybody out there on the race course. So it looks like Japan right now just got pushed over by Lithuania. Japan having the tack, and they're going off to the right-hand side. Let's see how they do here with their very first maneuvers on this boat. This is the first tack they've ever done on these SSL 47s, as they have only, they got 1 hour of practice in yesterday, but this is the only tack they've ever done in racing circumstances. So as you see, Lithuania and Slovenia battling it out on the left-hand side. Japan and Canada being pushed off to the right. So let's see what happens. Now, what do you think, Dickie? What would you think as a tactician? What is the impression you're getting on this?
I think Lithuania got a pretty good start. As you said, like a lot of speed. And on those boats, speed is the key. If you don't have speed, you cannot do your headings, what you want to do. So, and right now they're just tacking, and so they're going on the right side of the course. I would have done left. Well, it paid for us, so they went back on the right. What's going on right now?
Yeah, it looks like we have a little bit of a tacking duo here between Lithuania and Slovenia. So Slovenia trying to get out of the bad wind of Lithuania, and Lithuania. Now let's see. I see there are boats coming into the right-hand side. So tactically speaking, this could be interesting. Are they going to just position themselves so that they are in between their competition and the Windward mark? I'm guessing that's what they're going to try to do. There's no point in going out and hunting Japan by themselves. And yes, that's it. They're attacking right now. So that we just saw here on the 3D, Lithuania, which is tacking. Wow, look at Slovenia, and look at how that, it looks like there's a left-hand shift right now. So the left-hand side looks like it's paying just right now as we speak. just helping each other out to get back up there. You see how everybody here on the Slovenian boat is sitting on the side of the boat. Really, they're not hiking, so there's definitely less pressure. Very interesting. I had some information yesterday given to me. Some local knowledge says that basically as you get closer to land, you have more and more of a land effect, and the wind actually turns further left as you go left. So it's sort of it's sort of difficult because you need to really go far left to get the left shift. And then on the other hand, on the right hand side, where Japan is, we saw them out all the way to the right, and over there's a right hand shift. So the further you go to the right, you get a right shift, and the further you go left, you get a left shift. So staying in the middle sometimes is
yeah, but you have to take at the right time. It's good to have the left or the right, but if you don't take at the right time, it's not going to pay off for you. So
what is the right time?
The right time, I won't tell you my secret, my friend. Everybody's watching.
Guys.
Everybody's watching. No, I think for me it's like 15 degrees. So we have our marks. Speaking as tacticians, so we're heading upwind, and then we know, okay, starboard, we do that heading, and if you go above that number, you have to tack.
Yeah.
So I think this is the key. You have to play, especially today. It's a pretty light days. You have to play the shift. So this is what they're doing. There's a lot of tacking going on right now, except Japan. Oh no, Japan is tacking right now. So we're gonna see if it pays for them or not.
Yeah, and they really went far out to the right-hand side. So maybe they are looking for that right-hand shift that we were saying about. So basically, if I understood you correctly, the explanation is, right, so as soon as you get a wind shift which is more than a certain amount of degrees, so whether it be 5, 10, 15, 20, whatever you decide, and then at that point you're going to tack.
Exactly, yeah. So you have to play in between your heading, your speed, and your opponent. And your opponent is like maybe the most important thing, because you want to be first or second, and sometimes you don't care about where you're going, you care about the opponent.
Exactly, so staying between your opponent and the windward mark. We've talked about that so many times already here, and we've also with IPTI, we were talking about the high mode and the low mode, and then and sometimes you're looking at VMG, but other times you're not, because really, like you said, it doesn't matter. Like, there's only 4 boats here. You need to be out in front. So even if you're going to the wrong side, at least if everybody goes to the wrong side, you want to be on top.
You go with them. You go with them. It doesn't matter unless you want to win. But sometimes winning is just follow the others and be in between the marks and the opponent. So
pretty basic rules, actually. It's just a question of, can you apply that tactic and strategy when you're out there and not crumble under the pressure. And talking about pressure, I mean, you guys, if anybody's under pressure, it must be you guys, because you've won every single race that you've done so far. Now, I don't want to put the pressure on you, but on the other hand, you could also, have a little bit less pressure, right? Because
I can feel the pressure. I can tell you, I couldn't sleep last night. That's because so now it's like 5 wins in a row. Maybe we have to lose at one point to put the pressure down. I don't know. I'm not sure, but only once, and that's it.
Well, I think you're the first one I've ever heard say that. But yeah, I mean, it's difficult to have to deal with the pressure, and this is really what's interesting about the SSL Gold Cup, is that, well, it's direct elimination, right? So now they'll be racing, all fleets will be racing 4 races, and the last day is the golden day.
It's double point.
Double
and
point.
This is difficult.
Yeah.
So when you're at the back, you're pretty happy because this is double. But when you're in front, that's even more pressure on your shoulder. So you have to make sure the last day is the day. You don't have to miss this one.
Yeah. And you want to set yourself up well. We'll get back here and we'll start talking about the guys sailing out on the water. But in terms of just going back real quick, because I've got you here now, when you came into that very last race on the Golden Day, you guys had already pretty much all you had to do was finish the race. You were already qualified. So winning all your races in the beginning puts a lot less pressure on you to perform on that last day where there is so much pressure. So it's tough. And speaking about pressure, let's go find out what the wind is doing out there. So it looks like Japan and Canada decided to go off to the right-hand side. And in the beginning, when we were talking about, right now we're at 900 meters left to go to the upwind mark. So we're halfway up this windward beat. Japan, Canada, our two new teams here, decided to go off to the right. And it looks like the right is paying off. So pretty interesting. We said Japan didn't have a lot of time on the boat, so they're going to have to really work that tactical aspect well.
Well, they're doing well for the moment, so I have nothing to say for that. So they're doing pretty good. So
yeah, they're doing very good. Oh, look at this! An aggressive move by Canada, tacking right in front of Japan. Now that was probably not the smartest of moves, because they're going to have to start. They're going to have to get some speed up right now, and that's going to be very difficult for them. Japan is keeping their speed.
They have to keep their speed. They're trying to in what we call this a libo, so they want to tack just underneath the boat and go upwind more than the others. But it looks like they don't have enough speed, so we'll see.
Yeah, it looks like they would need. Oh, look at this! An aggressive luff right now from Team Canada, almost going head to wind. Oh, what an aggressive sailing move right there by Canada. We've never seen any team so far be this aggressive.
A little bit of time now, start thinking about the hoist.
All right, so they're already thinking about the hoist. We just heard it.
Yeah.
So really interesting, but wow, yep, that was an aggressive move here by Team Canada. Now, they better be careful, because they've got a jury boat which is just behind them, and just like we were talking at the very beginning of this, Teiki, we were just talking about making sure that the boats, you respect the boats, because if they break the boats, well, then the racing is over.
It's over.
Okay, you break the toy, you can't play with it anymore.
Exactly. We have only 4 boats racing with 1 boat spare, but if you break the boats, there's no more contest. So yeah, you have to be careful with the boat. That's the main rule, I guess. And they're very pointy about this. So
yeah, they're very pointy about this. As a matter of fact, they are so pointy that you could be the right-of-way boat, but if you sail in an aggressive manner, which could cause damage to another boat, you can lose points.
Yeah, you can get a penalty if you have the right of way. If you crash the boat, you will have a penalty, definitely. So,
yeah, no, it's not just a penalty; it's losing points.
Yeah, you're right.
You will have the penalty, and you will lose points.
Exactly,
so you're going to have to do a 360, and you're going to lose a point, and you can lose up to 3 points. As a matter of fact, you could even get disqualified from the race.
Yep.
So if you get disqualified from the race, you can't take it out of your standings. That's going to be in there, and on top lose 3 points. So it could be really detrimental. It could completely ruin your championship races.
Exactly.
So very strict rules here. Canada being very aggressive for the time being, but it doesn't seem as though it has caused any problems because. They haven't had any point losses, and all they did was luff Japan, which is absolutely normal, and they're allowed to do this. So here we go. Now we have Canada, which has just arrived first at the weather mark right now. Here in fleet number 4. Canada is in the lead. They are currently on the dogleg, setting themselves up for the hoist.
They have a pretty good lead, actually, compared to Canada.
They have a great lead.
Yeah,
13.
Japan, sorry. Yeah.
20 some odd seconds right now at least. There goes the tack on the spinnaker.
This is where the drama
there
can
goes
happen.
The hoist. Oh no, they're in the wrong speed. Wrong speed. There it is. Oh, so there's no. Well, that has to do about learning the boat, and but the rest is good. Okay, once they found the right speed on those winches, then they were able to hoist the spinnaker and drop the jib. So that was pretty good. So yeah, there are 3 different speeds on that, and obviously they were in speed number 1 or 2. They were definitely not in the high one. Let's take a look at Japan here.
That's a good gear. Yeah, there you go.
Uh-oh,
did I see? Good hoist, yeah.
Yeah, good hoist, good hoist. Good hoist, good drop. All right, I kind of saw a whole bunch of mess. It looked like there was an issue with some lines down there. No, looks like everything is okay. Yeah, it kind of looked like the spinnaker sheet, that pink one right there, was a sort of in a ball of spaghetti.
Hold on, there's one boat missing. Where's the other one? No?
Yeah, it's a good question. That is Lithuania right there. We are on top of with the drone. So Lithuania managed to put up the, and they're also looking behind them. They just put up their spinnaker, so that was no issue. But you're right. Where is Croatia?
Okay, yeah. We can
there they are.
Yeah.
Okay. So wow, what happened to there? So obviously Croatia going off to the left-hand side.
They're still tacking for the up in 1 mark. So yeah. So this time left side wasn't a good one.
Yeah. So good thing they didn't go to the left-hand side. But it's been so shifty.
Yeah, all day long it was like this. For our fleet, it was very shifty. So you couldn't pick one side. You had to stay in the middle and play with the shift.
Yeah. Yeah, playing with the shift. That's exactly what you said, and it looks like exactly what they need to do right there. So really interesting. It looks like apparently we've lost the tracker for what? For No, not for Lithuania. For Slovenia.
That's why. Okay.
Yes, Slovenia. We have lost the tracker. So not a big deal. They haven't sunk or anything. Don't worry, guys. They're still out there sailing. There they are. As a matter of fact, Team Slovenia. Kirpani 860 is their name, team name. And here goes the hoist. So we expect a nice, clean hoist from this team.
I'm pretty surprised that they are at the back of the race, because we used to race with them and they were quite good. So I don't know what happened. Maybe
it's just that shift. Maybe it's just that shift. Because Slovenians, I mean, these are specialists. They actually take part in the RC44 races, and so they're very used to sailing on these boats. So even though these boats are the SSL 47s and have been slightly modified, I would expect to see them rather more in the front. So probably an issue of not being on the correct side, and then probably falling into some sort of like wind lull, perhaps. It's difficult to say when we're sitting in here, but one thing that we know is now Canada here sailing very well with a healthy lead over Japan. There we go, 290 meters lead over Japan, so that's a very, very good lead. But anything could still happen as we are arriving at the Leeward gate. And we have seen all sorts of drama at the Leeward gate. Remember, these two teams, Team Canada and Japan, this is their first race so far, and how will they deal with the pressure? Will they be able to put that spinnaker back down correctly? Who knows?
Yeah, the Leeward gates, this is where the drama, that can happen. A bad drop and everything can happen. So yeah, if you have the kite in the water, this is not good for you.
Yeah, so if you have the kite in the water, it's obviously you're going to be slowing the boat down. But it could get much worse than that. You could actually rip your spinnaker, and then you'd have to sail with a ripped sail, and yeah, there just all sorts of complications could happen here. So we are getting closer and closer to these Leeward gates, and so make sure that you're watching when we get down there. Because it will be very exciting. Now, Lithuania and Slovenia, these two teams have well, this is actually their 5th race, right, so far here in the finals, because they moved on from the last round. 133 meter lead between Japan and Lithuania. Here we are on board. Team Lithuania. We're 20 minutes in. This is their first race for this fleet number 4. This is the last race of the day. And we're already seeing a huge lead from Team Canada, which is pulling out in front. 300 meters. Here we go. We're getting down to the gates now for Team Canada. Let's look at what's going to happen. What are they going to do? Is this just a standard windward drop? Let's take a look and see what happens. They put their jib up early, so that's a good thing. It doesn't look like they're late. And yeah, looks like it will be a windward drop, as I see that they're already pulling on the retrieval line right there. What's going on? So they haven't. There we go, taking pressure on the retrieval line right there on the left-hand side of your screen. That's the rope that pulls the spinnaker back in. They decide to do a drop, a windward drop. Looks good. Oh, I like it. Good pitman. Good pitman right there. That is excellent. You see how that spinnaker is not just falling down. The pitman is just waiting for that moment where he sees that the guys are putting the spinnaker in, and then that's when he releases. That's an excellent job from the pitman right there. Excellent job. We haven't seen that so far. We've seen a lot of pitmen just opening up the halyard and the whole spinnaker falling into the water. So first gate rounding. Yeah. What did you think of that?
That was a very good mark running. I think we're gonna hire this pitman. No, kidding. we have a very good one. Yeah. So yeah, but that was a very good mark running. And so we can see Canada is going back to the right, so I think they're right because it went right for the first upwind mark, so we'll see. And Japan, it looks like they're going left, so maybe...
Here's Japan right there. Oh, they're having difficulties. The spinnaker went onto the wrong side, and now the spinnaker has gone around the forestay. They're putting it in the wrong side. Japan is putting their spinnaker into their boat, but it's on the wrong side. So on the starboard side, half of the spinnaker has gone around the forestay. The other half is on starboard. So that is not about to get any better anytime soon. They're going to be fighting for that for a while. They have no option but to keep on going straight for the time being. And there's issues with Lithuania as well. Oh, Lithuania having issues bringing their spinnaker down. They have decided to also go to the right-hand side, the same mark that Canada has gone down, but Japan right now, I'm sure they're still struggling with their spinnaker on Team Japan, because I saw half of the spinnaker go off to port, which is what they're supposed to do, and the other half got wrapped around the forestay and went off onto the starboard side of the boat. So then it looked like the spinnaker was in the water. So Japan Japan right there having drama for Japan down at the Leeward gate.
Yeah, but they managed to take this kite back on the boat, so I think they lose a bit of distance, but it's okay for them. And Canada, they're doing a very good job right now because they took the opposite mark and then they tacked right away to cover Japan. So they're back now.
So Canada right now playing it safe, covering Japan and the rest of the team. And here we go with the Slovenian team with a late drop. They've got to get it on. They got to get it on, and it's not. Oh, the spinnaker's in the water. Oh, this is no good. This is no good for a team. So that's what happened right there. Oh no, and the jib is not correct as well. This is a catastrophe for Slovenian team right here. These guys have the most experience on these boats. And right now the pressure has gotten to them. They went for a late drop and that really didn't help them. Oh, it's just so tough being in the back for Slovenia. It's just so difficult. Oh no, that's just making things worse and worse and worse. As soon as you start sailing with pressure on your shoulders, it makes it hard. And that was something that you in Team Tahiti, you guys did such an excellent job of never dropping late, always being more relatively early, and you never had any mistakes. The only time I saw you guys under pressure was today.
Yeah, it was today. I'm very happy that you say that because I think we're pretty late. Oh well, good timing, but it's better to be early than late. Because if you're too late, this is where you can put the kite in the water. And so yeah, this is the moment when you hoist the jib, when you hoist the kite and you drop the kite. This is where the drama can happen, and this is where you don't have to mess with the kite. So, well, Slovenia, I don't know what happened to them, but I know that they did well for the last few rounds, but now I don't know, they maybe just not in good mood today. I don't know, it's just the mood. Sometimes it happens.
Yeah, just the mood. Yeah, just the mood. It's well, we have had 2 days off, and you know, perhaps a little bit of the pressure has gone down off the shoulders, and just maybe a little too relaxed out there. Who knows? Who knows? Because we've seen them sail very, very well, and that's just that's a dumb mistake right there, and that's not something we see them do. I mean, I could tell, you know, they dropped late. We were seeing the buoy on the onboard at the end of the boom. The camera that's on the end of the boom, we were seeing it. So it's just, I think they've got pressure on their shoulders, and it's a tough situation.
We used to say it's better to drink the pressure, but maybe they drink too much pressure for these 2 last days.
Maybe, that's true. Yeah, it's true. So here we go. Now let's take a look. Canada still with a good lead, but remember they had 300 meters lead when they got down to the gate. Japan was forced to go off to the left because of their sort of catastrophical takedown of their spinnaker, and it turns out, well, the left-hand side was paying. So Japan is back into it. They're only 120 meters behind, so they've managed to catch up about 150 meters to Canada. And Canada, as we saw, came back over to the left in order to
it's closer and closer. This race is getting exciting.
Yeah, and Lithuania is in it. There you go. Now you see Canada is coming back to the left-hand side, and so they're protecting. They want to get between Japan and the Windward mark. And we have Lithuania right there, which is now in second place. So there's a big left-hand shift, and Lithuania is banking on this left-hand shift, and they are about to be the leaders here. But remember, then they're going to have to go back into the center of the race course. So Lithuania right now off to the right-hand side with a good lift, but they're going to have to come back. So we'll see what happens. Canada and Japan on a starboard tack, about in the middle of the race course. Lithuania right here, just tacking right now to get onto that starboard tack. Oh, and there we see, nice pump right there. Very few teams that we've seen pumping out of the tacks, and even less out of the jibes.
Yeah. It looks like the right hand pay off for them. I think they're first now. Yeah, it looks like, well, on the screen they're first. So we'll see on the cross, we'll see at the buoy.
Yeah, it looks like they're first, right? And I don't know if they're on the ley line right now. So it'll be interesting, because if they are on the ley line right now, that means that they don't have to put in any more tacks, and that means that Japan and Canada need to at least put in 2 more tacks, right? Because they're in the middle right now of the race course, so they'll have to put in 2 more tacks just to get onto the ley line, which means perhaps Lithuania will be able to stay out in front. We'll see. Lithuania going off to the right. It's exactly what we said earlier. The right, if you go far enough right, the right pays. If you go far enough left, the left pays. Canada decided to stay in the middle and play it safe. And right now, Canada's lead has gone from 300 meters to 34.
Yeah. Canada has, right now, they have a very difficult position, because they had to choose in between going left with Japan or going right with Lithuania. So as you said, they choose to stay in the middle to cover Japan, but somehow Lithuania went far to the right, and it paid for them. So we'll see. We're very close to the buoy right now.
Yeah, we are probably 300 meters away from the buoy up top side. Now that's the first tack right now that we've seen from Team Canada. So every time you tack, you lose speed. They had a 60-meter lead, and now it's going down to about 45 meters. They're going to have to put in another tack, so they're going to lose another 20 meters. And Lithuania is on starboard, so they're the right-of-way boat. 360 meters to the mark. We could be seeing a leader change right now if we don't get any big wind shifts. It looks like perhaps, just perhaps, Lithuania has managed to come back and will be the first boat here at the second time we are up here at the Windward mark.
I think it's going to be a very, very exciting last legs. The downwind legs will be incredible, I guess, because it's very, very close right now.
It's super close. Look at it, 18 meters, 200 meters left until we get to the Windward mark. Boats are coming together. Lithuania is the right-of-way boat. Canada was in the lead up to now, but they still have to do a tack, and they don't have the right-of-way over Lithuania. They just heard it right there. Starboard being called from Lithuania as we're 100 meters away from the Windward leg. From the Windward mark. There he goes. Canada has no choice. They have to duck down behind Lithuania. And there we go. Lithuania gets to the Windward mark first, coming out of nowhere, coming back to get in front of Team Canada. Now pressure's on for Team Lithuania right here. It looks like they're already hoisting the spinnaker. So there must have been a shift right there. That is a very, very, very early set right there, but we should be seeing a lot of speed. And there goes the bear away. Canada decided to play it safe. They're waiting to get to the offset mark before they put their spinnaker. Now let's see what happens. Canada, for the time being, making no mistakes on hoisting. Oh, what's happening just as I say that? No, that's fine. It's fine. It's going up slowly but surely. So it wasn't the fastest hoist that we've seen. It's up now, but they're 2 boat lengths further than the offset. And it's a good drop on the jib. So all in all, a good job for Team Canada right there. And just behind we have Team Japan. What's going on with Team Japan, yeah. Remember how they put the spinnaker down on the wrong side, so they had to jibe right there in order to set their spinnaker. So they have no choice. So they are now on a port tack, and that was all due to the mark rounding where the spinnaker came in on the starboard side. Generally, you always put your spinnaker down on the port side, but
well, yeah, you can do what he does, but it's going to be difficult if you want to hoist again the kite. Maybe the Bowman can go in the front and switch the point on the kite, but if you drop the generator on the wrong side, you have to do it. We call it a jibe set, so you have to do it sometimes.
I call it a sambuca.
Oh yeah, that's how you call it, the sambuca, yeah. We call it jibe set, but it's the same thing, I guess.
No, for sure, it's hard. I mean, yes, you can go up in front and you can change the points around. For those of you that know, well, you know. But we did see Team Peru in the first one. They did the same thing. They put it on. They were a little too fast down at the Leeward gate, or too slow, should we say?
Yeah.
They put it down on the right hand side, and then it took them 150 meters to get the spinnaker to come back up. And thankfully for them, they had a boat which was 2 minutes behind. But anyway. Let's put it this way: if you make a mistake down at the Leeward gate, it's gonna come and bite you when you're back up at the top gate. But who knows? Look, Japan have been pretty lucky right now. Every time they get pushed out to the left, will they come back? I mean, so right now they got pushed out to the right. So we'll see what happens. Maybe they'll come back. But a real steep learning curve for this team, this Japanese team right here. We've seen them have difficulties in the management, or how would you say that, in being able to do the maneuvers, basically.
Yeah.
But tactically speaking, they're doing a great job, because they seem to be exactly where they need to be every time.
And they're fast. They're very fast compared to the other boats. I guess they're faster than the other one. And the key is speed. If you don't have speed, there's nothing to do. You need speed.
Yeah, exactly. Speed. Speed allows you to go, as when you're going upwind, it allows you to go closer to the wind. Speed when you're going downwind allows you to get closer to the mark. So yeah, it's just VMG, right? Velocity made good.
Yeah.
That's what it's all about. So speed makes good. Remember that, folks. The faster you go, the better it is.
Exactly. So we can see right now we have roughly 80 meters in between Canada and Lithuania. So it looks good for Lithuania. It's not over yet. Everything can happen, but it looks very good for them.
Looks like Canada is in a really low mode, and Lithuania is more in a high mode, which is kind of, I mean, tactically speaking, it doesn't make much sense, right? Because you're going to be going right where you don't want to be.
Yeah, but maybe they choose to be fast. Lithuania, obviously, they want to be fast, and Canada, they want to be low. So that's two different strategy.
Which will make the boats come together, because if Lithuania is luffing, Canada is bearing away, you know, they will come together at a certain point. Maybe Lithuania is trying to undercut them.
Yeah, maybe, but we can see on the tracking the lead is increasing more and more, so maybe they picked the right option.
96 meters right now.
And it's very shifty in the water, so you don't know, well, we don't know what's happening right
it's
now.
It's really difficult to see what's, we can't see the shifts right here. I mean, sometimes we can see them because of the tracker.
20 meters away.
Okay, I see some smiles on that Lithuanian boat. So they're feeling comfortable right there. Remember, this is the 5th race for this Lithuanian team right now. So they already have, they've already been sailing for a week, so they're really right into it, as opposed to Team Canada and Japan, who today is their first day out on the water. And Canada really surprising everybody. I mean, it's probably not a surprise that they sail so well, but it's but we haven't seen them, so they're coming out with guns blazing.
Yeah, we don't know Japan, we don't know Canada,
aggressive
we don't know how it goes. So, but they're doing pretty well for the moment. So yeah.
Yeah, so guns blazing there for Team Canada. Aggressive sailing tactics. Very interesting to see that. I can't wait to see what Japan's sailing style is going to be like as we move a little bit further on in the racing. Canada doing just a great job on all of their maneuvers.
So you see that they're just controlling the fleet. So maybe if they don't want to jibe, they're just jibing because the others are going on the other side. So this is control. You have to be in between
controlling the fleet, staying between the fleet and the leeward mark. So perhaps the idea right there is, okay, look, Lithuania is now 160 meters in front. That's just unbelievable. Perhaps they're saying, look, 400 meters left till we get to the finish line. Yeah. We won't be able to catch up to them. Let's protect our spot, get second place, put 3 points up on the leaderboard. And that's exactly what they're doing right there with Japan, making sure Japan does not pass in front of them. So there we are on board with Team Lithuania. After 40 minutes of racing, 250 meters left here before the finishing line. Lithuania currently in the lead with 120 meters over Team Canada. This will be good for Team Lithuania, putting 4 points on the leaderboard.
And we can see Gilou on the dinghy behind. He's taking very good shot of us. So thank you, Gilou, if you can hear me.
Yes, our photographer right there.
Yeah,
and there we go, across the line.
Congratulations.
What a comeback from Team Lithuania on the last Windward. Congratulations, good job. That's Team Lithuania right there, making it in front of Team Canada, going through the line right now, and Japan following just behind. So a great sail from all of these teams, and what a comeback from Team Lithuania. Here comes Team Japan right there. That was eventful sail for Team Japan. I'm sure the debrief will be quite long on this with this team right here. But nevertheless, they make it in 3rd place over Team Slovenia, and that is a surprise.
Yeah,
that is, we are very surprised that Team Slovenia is out and back. Here they come, cruising towards the finish.
Yeah.
That's definitely not where they wanted to be, and that's not where we were expecting them to be either.
That's a bad day for them, but it's just the beginning, so it's okay for them. It's just the beginning, and I know they can come back very easily. They're very good, they're very fast. So fingers crossed for them. Tomorrow is another day.
Yeah, tomorrow is another day, and well, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens, but yeah, let's. I'm speechless. I'm speechless. I really wasn't expecting that. I don't know what happened. Maybe we'll have some little bit more info. But anyways, here are your winners. Team Lithuania.
They are very happy.
They are
understand.
happy.
Winning the first race is very important for the mental. Mental is very important in that kind of race. But it's never finished. So before the end, we'll see what's gonna happen next.
Yeah, it ain't over till it's over. Here comes that's Team Slovenia right there. We just heard the horn going off. So Slovenia coming in 4th place, 2 minutes and 14 seconds behind Lithuania, which is right here in your picture right now. So a good sail for these guys. And as they make their way back home, they have about probably, how long does it take to get out there? It's what, 45 minutes?
Yeah, 45 minutes. So yeah, it's a lot of time for cheering. Yeah.
It's a lot of time for cheering, exactly. Those are the race results right there. Fleet number 4, this is their first race. So after 40 minutes of racing, Lithuania crosses the line with 4 points. Canada brings home 3, Japan 2, and Slovenia 1. So, Taiki Hashesh, thank you very much for being here and commentating with me. It was a pleasure to have you and to have a tactician. You're our first tactician to come in here. So very interesting to be able to talk about that. Wish you all the best for your future races.
Thank you so much. It was my pleasure. I'm very glad to be here with you, Jan. Tomorrow we are in the first fleet, so we're gonna race the first fleet.
Yeah, so you'll be the first one out on the water tomorrow.
Exactly. So yeah, a lot of pressure.
A lot of pressure.
Yeah, a lot of pressure.
Yeah. Don't. Anyway, I wish you the best of luck for your racing, and congratulations again on your 5th win in a row. Great to have Team Tahiti coming over here and letting us know a little bit about some of their insights about the racing.
Yeah.
Would like also to thank you. Thank you very much for having stayed with us. Remember, you could follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and of course on the SSL goldcup.com website. For us here at the studio for today, that is the end of the day. And we will see you tomorrow approximately 10:30, 10:45 local time for the race number 2 for all fleets. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And see you tomorrow.
Bye-bye.
Minus 10, 9, 8. We have a go for main engine